In the beginning, before history carved its path and civilizations built their empires, humanity clung to stories, whispers of the gods, echoes of creation, and the shadows of a world teeming with mysteries. These stories weren't just tales, they were the lifeblood of existence, shaping how ancient people made sense of the stars, the seasons, and the struggles of life. Somewhere in the vast sweep of time, two of the most vibrant mythologies, the Persian and the Indian, emerged from the depths of human imagination, their roots intertwined yet distinct, their voices echoing across deserts and mountains, valleys and rivers. In ancient Persia, the earth seemed to hum with the presence of Ahura Mazda, the all-knowing force of light, order, and truth. It wasn't just a belief, it was the rhythm of life itself. Against this brilliance loomed the shadow of Ahriman, a being born of chaos, sowing lies and destruction. Theirs wasn't a simple conflict of good versus evil, it was an eternal dance where every action mattered, where even the smallest choice tipped the scales of existence. For the people of Persia, this cosmic struggle wasn't abstract, it unfolded in their rituals, their dreams, their every breath. Farther east, under the vast skies of what is now India, a different kind of mythology pulsed through the air. Here, creation wasn't a battle, it was a song, a hymn sung by forces so vast and eternal they defied comprehension. Brahma crafted the world from a cosmic egg, Vishnu preserved its balance, and Shiva, with his tranquil dance, prepared it for renewal. This wasn't a world of clear binaries, it was a tapestry where contradictions found harmony, where chaos and order, creation and destruction, weren't enemies but partners in the grand design. Imagine a time when these two mythologies weren't separated by borders or politics but coexisted in the hearts of people who shared the same winds, the same rains, the same firelight. The roots of these beliefs stretched deep, nurtured by the same soil, watered by rivers that crisscrossed their lands. The Indo-Iranian ancestors, their language and thoughts still a raw thread, whispered the beginnings of what would later bloom into two of humanity's most profound mythological traditions. But there was something more, wasn't there? Something in the way the Persian hymns spoke of Asha, truth and cosmic order, that mirrored the Indian idea of Rita, the universal law. It wasn't coincidence. It was a shared memory, an echo of an ancient world where truths weren't yet fragmented into nations or tribes. These were truths spoken under the same stars, their light undimmed by distance. What makes it even more remarkable is how these mythologies carried the weight of survival. In Persian lands, the stories gave people courage to face scorching deserts, to believe that even in a world threatened by lies and destruction, light would prevail. In India, the myths became anchors in a chaotic, ever-changing world, teaching resilience through cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. Each tale, each chant, each symbol pulsed with a vitality that transcended their human creators, as if the stories had chosen the people, not the other way around. In those times, every act felt sacred. Lighting a fire wasn't just lighting a fire, it was honoring Agni, the living flame that carried prayers to the heavens. Drawing water wasn't just quenching thirst, it was a moment of communion with sacred rivers, each drop alive with divinity. Every grain harvested, every step taken, every word spoken, it was all a part of something larger, something eternal. But mythologies were never static. They breathed and grew with the people who carried them, becoming intricate and layered, as though each generation painted over the last while leaving the essence untouched. The Avestas sang of Zoroaster's revelations, of a world on the brink yet brimming with hope. The Vedas chanted hymns to the elements, to the forces that governed life and death, light and darkness. And even as they grew apart, these traditions seemed to glance at one another across the span of history, their shared roots casting a quiet shadow on their diverging paths. There's something hauntingly beautiful about this interconnectedness, how one mythology can hold a mirror to another, revealing not just their similarities but their unique ways of wrestling with the same eternal questions. What does it mean to be good? How does one find meaning in a world of suffering? What lies beyond the veil of death? Persian and Indian myths didn't just ask these questions, they lived them, weaved them into every line, every ritual, every whispered prayer. And yet, for all their shared roots, their differences are striking. Where the Persian tales speak of stark dualities, of light and dark, the Indian stories revel in paradox, in the coexistence of opposites. It's not a contradiction, it's a conversation, a dialogue between two ways of seeing the world. One says, choose your side. The other replies, understand the balance. Perhaps this is why these myths still hold us. They don't just entertain, they challenge, they console, they push us to see beyond the surface of things. They remind us of the shared humanity that pulses beneath our differences, of a time when stories weren't just stories, they were lifelines, the very fabric of existence. But the roots of mythology never stop growing, do they? They dig deeper, finding unexpected connections, revealing truths we've forgotten or never noticed. As these ancient tales weave their way into the present, they leave us with questions, not answers, as if urging us to keep searching, to keep listening. The past isn't a distant place. It whispers, alive in every fire lit, every story told, every word that reaches for something beyond itself. And when we listen closely, when we let the myths breathe again, something extraordinary happens, something that feels like the beginning of a story we already know. Long before borders etched the land, before names like India or Iran existed, there was a people, a wandering group with a shared tongue, a shared fire, and a shared sky. They didn't think of themselves as divided, they were bound by the rhythms of the earth and the stars, their lives shaped by the winds that carried them across vast, uncharted terrains. These were the ancestors of the Indo-Iranian peoples, bearers of a legacy so ancient that its echoes still reverberate in languages, rituals, and the very stories we tell. The land they roamed was harsh, but their resilience was fiercer. These early communities understood the importance of survival, not just for themselves, but for the essence of their culture. They sang to the fire, the wind, and the waters, not out of superstition, but because they felt the pulse of the divine in everything around them. Fire wasn't just warmth, it was sacred. The rivers weren't just paths, they were lifeblood. Their rituals weren't performances, they were promises to the world that had given them life. As they moved, their language moved with them, a living thread, weaving its way across mountains and deserts, splitting and reforming but never breaking. It was a tongue rich with reverence and awe, a language that spoke not just of things but of truths. This was Proto-Indo-Iranian, the root of words that would one day blossom into Sanskrit in the east and Avestan in the west. Even today, the connections shimmer like veins of gold in ancient stone, the Sanskrit Mitra and Avestan Mitra, both embodying bonds of friendship and loyalty, the Sanskrit Deva and Avestan Diva, both denoting divine beings, though with strikingly different connotations as their paths diverged. But language wasn't their only legacy. They carried with them ideas, seeds of thought that would take root in vastly different soils yet bear fruits that looked uncannily similar. They believed in a cosmic order, a universal law that governed the balance of life. In Persia, this became Asha, the righteous path illuminated by Ahura Mazda, the divine force of wisdom. In India, it became Rita, the unyielding order that held the universe together, sung by the Vedas and honored in every ritual. And then there was fire, always fire. To these ancient people, fire was more than an element, it was the living bridge between the human and the divine. They gathered around it, sang to it, fed it with offerings of sacred herbs and wood. In the highlands of Persia, fire became Atar, the heart of Zoroastrian worship, burning eternally in temples as a symbol of purity and divine presence. In India, fire became Agni, the priest of the gods, carrying their prayers to the heavens on tongues of flame. Two fires, separated by distance but kindled from the same spark. Their migrations left traces not only in language and belief, but in the very structure of their societies. These were people who valued community, who built their lives around kinship and shared purpose. They saw the world as a balance of opposites, light and dark, truth and falsehood, chaos and order. For them, every choice was a thread in the great tapestry of existence, every action a ripple in the cosmic pool. But with time, they began to split, their paths winding in different directions. Some moved south, crossing into the lush plains and dense forests that would become the heart of ancient India. Others journeyed west, into the arid lands of Persia, where mountains loomed and the desert tested their endurance. And though their environments shaped them, carving out unique cultures and traditions, they never entirely lost the shared essence that bound them. Even as these groups formed distinct identities, they carried echoes of each other in their stories and rituals. In Persia, the Amshaspentas, the divine beings who guided humanity, bore similarities to the Devis of early Indian belief, though their roles evolved in contrasting ways. The twin spirits of Zoroastrianism, Spentamanu, the force of creation, and Ingramanu, the force of destruction, mirror the eternal dance of Devas and Asuras in Indian mythology, beings who are both adversaries and collaborators in the cosmic play. Their migrations weren't just physical, they were migrations of the soul, migrations of thought. As they adapted to their new lands, they interpreted their shared heritage through the lens of their unique surroundings. The Persians, facing the stark realities of their environment, wove a mythology that emphasized the struggle between light and darkness, truth and deceit. The Indians, surrounded by the abundance of their land, created a mythology that celebrated cycles of creation, preservation, and destruction, reflecting the endless ebb and flow of life. But even in their differences, the connections persisted. The sacred mountains of Persia, like Hara-Barazati, were not unlike the cosmic Mount Meru of Indian lore, each representing the axis of the world, the center of all creation. The rivers, so vital, so revered, became sanctified in both traditions, flowing with the power to cleanse not just the body but the spirit. Perhaps the most poignant connection lies in their shared sense of destiny. For the Persians, the world was moving toward a final battle, where good would triumph over evil, and the earth would be renewed. For the Indians, existence was an endless cycle of creation and destruction, each ending a new beginning. Two visions, seemingly opposed, yet both speaking to an unshakable faith in renewal and the triumph of something greater than the self. What is astonishing is how these shared roots, these ancient connections, still resonate today. The languages, the rituals, the stories, they are not relics. They are living, breathing testaments to a time when humanity was not divided by lines on a map but united by a common need to understand, to survive, to transcend. And so, the threads of the past stretch forward, unbroken, connecting not just the lands of Persia and India but the very essence of what it means to be human. As we listen to their stories, as we speak their words, as we honor their flames, it's almost as if we can feel the pull of something ancient, something timeless, something that refuses to be forgotten. In the quiet of ancient times, before ink met parchment, the stories of gods, heroes, and the cosmos lived only in the breath of the storyteller. They were recited in smoky halls, under starlit skies, beside the crackle of sacred fires. These tales were not written for immortality, they were lived, felt, and whispered from generation to generation. Yet, there came a time when the stories found permanence, etched into words that would defy the decay of time. For Persia and India, these words became the Avesta, Shahnameh, Vedas, Mahabharata, and Ramayana, texts that pulse with life, pain, and divinity, carrying the weight of civilizations. The Avesta, Zoroastrianism's sacred scripture, is not just a book, it's a fragment of eternity. Written in an ancient tongue, its verses burn with devotion and duality. Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, commands its pages, his presence as vast as the heavens themselves. Opposite him stands Ingramanu, the spirit of destruction, the embodiment of all that seeks to unravel order. Within the Gathas, hymns attributed to Zoroaster himself, there's Uranus, a voice that yearns, questions, and challenges. These are not the words of a man removed from life, they are the cries of someone who sees both the fragility and the power of humanity. And then, there's the Shahnameh, Persia's monumental epic, written by Ferdowsi with ink that feels like blood. It is history wrapped in poetry, a testament to a people who refuse to let their identity be erased. Kings rise and fall in its verses, warriors love and die with a ferocity that feels almost too real. Rustam, the tragic hero, looms large, a man who carries both glory and heartbreak, his story as vivid as the sunlight cutting through a storm. The Shahnameh isn't just a tale, it's a pulse, a heartbeat of Persian identity that refuses to be silenced. To the east, where the rivers curve and the monsoons sing, the Vedas breathe their ancient rhythm. These are not mere texts, they are the universe caught in verse. Their words hold the weight of creation, the hum of existence itself. The Rigveda sings of Agni, the living flame, and Varuna, the cosmic lawkeeper, its hymn stretching across time like threads of starlight. These are voices from a world where every element, wind, fire, water, was alive, sacred, and deserving of worship. The Mahabharata, however, is something else entirely, a labyrinth of human emotion, cosmic conflict, and moral ambiguity. It isn't a tale of black and white, it's a battlefield where shades of gray collide. The Kurukshetra war, with its thundering chariots and aching hearts, feels like the soul of humanity laid bare. Arjuna's hesitation, Krishna's counsel, it's as if the very essence of doubt and duty wrestles within every verse. And the Bhagavad Gita, nestled within this vast epic, doesn't preach, it questions, it challenges, it dares you to look within. And then, like a bomb, there's the Ramayana. If the Mahabharata is chaos, the Ramayana is grace. Rama, the exiled prince, is not just a hero, he is the ideal, the unattainable standard of virtue. His journey through forests and battles, his love for Sita, his loyalty, and his anguish, they aren't just events, they are the eternal dance of right and wrong, of love and loss. Every word seems to hum with a quiet dignity, a reminder that even gods are bound by the weight of their choices. But what makes these texts breathe isn't their grandeur, it's their humanity. The Avesta's verses tremble with the hope that good will prevail, that light will banish darkness. The Shahnameh mourns the cost of pride and the inevitability of fate. The Vedas chant to a cosmos that is vast, unknowable, and yet intimately close. The Mahabharata wails with the agony of moral conflict, while the Ramayana sings softly of love, duty, and the quiet pain of sacrifice. These texts aren't relics, they are living entities, their words still throbbing with relevance. They remind us that the questions of those who lived thousands of years ago are the same questions that haunt us today. What does it mean to be righteous? How do we face loss? Where do we find the strength to continue when the world crumbles around us? And yet, for all their differences, there are threads that bind them. The fire worshipped in the Vedas is mirrored in the Avesta's adder. The moral dilemmas of the Mahabharata find echoes in the Shahnameh's tales of kings and warriors. The search for balance, between duty and desire, light and shadow, is as much a part of the Ramayana as it is of Zoroastrian hymns. It's as though these texts, separated by miles and millennia, speak to each other in a language only they can understand. These are not just stories of gods and heroes, they are reflections of us. They hold up a mirror to the human condition, showing us our frailty, our strength, our capacity for love and destruction. And as their words echo across time, they remind us that we are part of something vast, something ancient, something eternal. Before there were mountains or rivers, before the first flame was lit or the first breath was drawn, there was nothing. A void so profound it defied understanding. Yet, from this emptiness, everything began, a spark, a sound, a thought. Creation myths from Persia and India attempt to grasp this moment, not as historians, but as poets, weaving visions of a beginning too immense to fully comprehend. The tales of Ahura Mazda and the cosmic egg of Indian mythology are more than stories, they are revelations of how ancient peoples saw themselves and their place in the universe. In the vastness of Zoroastrian thought, Ahura Mazda stood alone, a beacon of light in a realm untouched by time. He was wisdom embodied, the source of all that was good and true. From his essence came Asha, the cosmic order, the invisible thread that held all things together. It wasn't chaos that birthed the world, but an intention, an act of pure will, a decision to bring light into a void where darkness lingered. But creation was not unopposed. For where Ahura Mazda's light sought to expand, and Gramenyu, the spirit of chaos and destruction, stirred. Their clash wasn't a simple fight, it was the essence of existence itself, a universe born of tension, where every moment teetered between harmony and destruction. Ahura Mazda's creation was deliberate, shaped to counter chaos, the heavens, the earth, fire, water, and living beings, all imbued with the light of Asha, standing as defenses against the encroaching shadow. Farther east, the Indian vision of creation unfolded with a different kind of poetry, one that reveled in paradox. In the beginning, there was a cosmic egg, unbroken and eternal, floating in the vast expanse of nothingness. This egg, Hiranyagarbha, the golden womb, was the cradle of all existence. It was from this singular seed that Brahma emerged, the creator, whose breath became the winds, whose tears became the rivers, and whose thoughts shaped the cosmos. But the Indian myth did not pit creation against chaos in the way of Zoroastrianism. Instead, it embraced the dance of opposites. Brahma's act of creation wasn't a final solution but a cycle, part of an eternal rhythm. From the golden egg came not just order but the seeds of change, growth, and eventual destruction. It was a universe in perpetual motion, where creation was a beginning, not an end. The differences between these myths are striking. Ahura Mazda's creation is a battleground, every element charged with purpose, every life a soldier in the fight against darkness. In contrast, the Indian vision is one of cycles, birth, growth, decay, and renewal, all part of a greater whole. Yet, at their cores, both myths grapple with the same profound truth: creation is not simple. It is a struggle, an act of will, a moment of triumph over the void. Even their symbols resonate with this shared complexity. The light of Ahura Mazda, blazing against the darkness, mirrors the brilliance of the cosmic egg, glowing in the infinite expanse. Fire, so central to Zoroastrianism, burns too in the Indian hymns, not as a weapon but as a witness to the sacred. Both myths place humanity within this grand design, not as spectators but as participants. In Persia, each person's choices either strengthen or weaken the light. In India, every action is a thread in the endless weave of existence. But there is something more, a quiet, shared understanding that the act of creation is never truly complete. In Zoroastrianism, the battle between Ahura Mazda and Indra continues, a constant struggle that requires vigilance and faith. In Indian thought, the universe itself will dissolve and be reborn, its story rewritten in endless variations. It's this tension, between permanence and impermanence, light and shadow, that makes these myths timeless. They don't just tell us how the world began, they ask us to look at the world as it is and see the echoes of those beginnings. The sun rising after a storm, the first green shoot after a fire, the birth of a child, each moment carries the weight of those ancient stories, the pulse of creation that never truly fades. And perhaps that's the most beautiful part. These myths don't just speak of gods and primordial forces, they speak to us. They remind us that we are not just products of creation but participants in it. The choices we make, the lives we lead, the love and courage we summon, they are all part of the same story, written not in stone but in the stars and the earth and the fire that burns within us all. In the stillness before time began, there existed a tension so profound it shaped the very fabric of existence. It was the clash between light and shadow, creation and destruction, good and evil. In the myths of ancient Persia and India, this struggle was not merely a backdrop, it was the essence of life itself. It gave meaning to existence and defined the path of every soul. Yet, how each tradition envisioned this eternal conflict was as different as fire and water, as complementary as sunrise and sunset. For the Zoroastrians, the story of good and evil begins with Ahura Mazda and Indra, two forces as opposite as light and darkness. Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom, was a being of pure light, the architect of all that was good, righteous, and ordered. His creation was not random, every star, river, and flame was imbued with purpose, a manifestation of Asha, the divine order that holds the cosmos together. To Ahura Mazda, creation was an act of defiance against the void, a declaration of light in a world that sought to consume it. But this act did not go uncontested. Indra, also called Ahriman, was the embodiment of chaos, the destroyer who despised the beauty of creation. He was not merely a shadow to Ahura Mazda's light, he was a force driven by malice, bent on corrupting and destroying what was good. Their conflict was not a petty rivalry, it was the very nature of existence. Every choice, every action, every breath was a battlefield, with humanity caught in the center. This dualism painted the universe in stark contrasts. There was no middle ground in Zoroastrianism, one either stood with Asha or fell into the clutches of Druj, the lie, the corruption that seeped from Indra's influence. Yet, there was hope, a prophecy that one day, through the collective effort of righteous souls, the forces of light would prevail. evil would be vanquished, the world renewed, and Ahura Mazda's vision fulfilled. In Indian mythology, the interplay of good and evil unfolds in a more nuanced, fluid dance. The Devas, often called gods, and the Asuras, their perceived adversaries, were not embodiments of absolute good or evil. Instead, they were deeply human in their divine ways, capable of virtue and vice, love and hate. Their conflict was less a battle for dominance and more a cosmic negotiation, a constant balancing act that reflected the cyclical nature of existence. The Devas, led by Indra, were seen as protectors of order, yet their actions were not always righteous. They could be vain, jealous, and sometimes deceitful. The Asuras, on the other hand, were often depicted as ambitious and power-hungry, yet their stories also reveal moments of wisdom, loyalty, and resilience. Take, for instance, Prahlada, an Asura prince who was a paragon of devotion to Vishnu, or Bali, the noble king who willingly surrendered his kingdom for the sake of Dharma. The churning of the ocean of milk, Samudra Manthan, captures this complexity vividly. Devas and Asuras, sworn rivals, came together to churn the primordial ocean in search of Amrita, the nectar of immortality. It was a moment of cooperation born from necessity, a reminder that creation itself thrives on the tension between opposing forces. The poison that emerged before the nectar, consumed by Shiva to save the world, further emphasized that destruction and salvation are inextricably linked. Where Zoroastrianism draws clear lines, Indian mythology revels in ambiguity. Good and evil are not fixed states but fluid roles, shifting like the seasons. The Devas, for all their power, could falter, while the Asuras, for all their defiance, could embody Dharma. It is this recognition of duality within every being that gives Indian myths their profound depth. Yet, even in their differences, these traditions share a striking similarity: they place humanity at the center of the cosmic struggle. In Zoroastrianism, every individual must choose between Asha and Druj. Their thoughts, words, and deeds are weighed on the cosmic scale, their lives a microcosm of the eternal battle. Similarly, in Indian mythology, humans are not passive spectators. Heroes like Rama and Arjuna embody the struggle to uphold Dharma amidst chaos, their choices rippling through the fabric of time. Both traditions also recognize the transformative power of these struggles. For the Zoroastrians, the eventual victory of Ahura Mazda over Ahriman is not just a triumph of good over evil but a renewal of existence itself, a cleansing fire that will burn away all corruption. In Indian thought, the cycles of creation and destruction ensure that no state, good or bad, is eternal. Even the darkest of ages, the Kali Yuga, will give way to renewal as Vishnu returns to restore balance. The battle between good and evil, light and shadow, is not a distant myth, it is a mirror held up to the soul. In Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, and the Devas and Asuras, we see ourselves, our capacity for compassion and cruelty, our struggle to choose between selfishness and selflessness. These stories do not merely describe a cosmic order, they remind us that the battle for light and truth begins within. And so, the fire burns on, both in the temples of Zoroastrians and in the hymns of Indian devotion. It is a fire that refuses to die, fueled by the hope that even in the darkest moments, light will find a way. In the end, perhaps that is the most profound truth these myths offer, the understanding that good and evil are not distant forces, but the choices we make every day, the threads we weave into the tapestry of existence. The world breathes through its elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space. These are not just the building blocks of existence, they are life itself, sacred and untamed. For ancient Persia and India, the elements were more than physical phenomena. They were divine, living presences that demanded reverence and awe. To understand how these cultures perceived and deified the elements is to step into a world where every gust of wind, every flicker of fire, was a whisper from the gods. In Zoroastrianism, the elements were the purest expressions of Ahura Mazda's creation, each embodying Asha, the divine order. Fire, however, stood above all. It wasn't just a source of warmth or a tool for survival, it was sacred, a living link to the divine. Every Zoroastrian temple held a sacred fire, tended with devotion, its flames symbolizing the eternal light of Ahura Mazda. It was a witness to truth, a purifier that consumed the impure, and a guide that illuminated the path of righteousness. Fire, or adder, was not worshipped for its power but for what it represented, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. Water, too, carried divine significance. Known as apis, it was life-giving, cleansing, and sacred. Rituals involving water were central to Zoroastrian practice, a testament to its purity and role in sustaining both body and spirit. The rivers, seas, and springs were not merely geographical features, they were sacred spaces where the divine flowed freely. To pollute water was to desecrate creation itself, a sin against the order that held the cosmos together. Earth, as the foundation of existence, was revered for its stability and fertility. It was the canvas on which life unfolded, a gift from Ahura Mazda that bore witness to the toil and triumphs of humanity. Air, the unseen force that carried breath and life, was equally sacred, a reminder of the invisible yet omnipresent divine order. Together, these elements formed a harmonious whole, each one a vital thread in the fabric of existence. In India, the elements, called Pancha Mahabhuta, were similarly revered, but their significance extended beyond the physical. They were not just external forces, but internal ones, reflections of the cosmos within every being. The earth, Prithvi, was both a mother and a sanctuary, a giver of life whose generosity sustained all. It was a symbol of patience and endurance, a deity whose blessings were sought in every harvest and every prayer. Water, or apis, was revered as the source of creation, the womb of life. Rivers like the Ganga were not just rivers, they were divine entities, mothers who nourished the land and cleansed the soul. To bathe in their waters was to wash away sins, to connect with the eternal. Water rituals were a bridge between the mundane and the sacred, a reminder of life's impermanence and the eternal flow of existence. Fire, Agni, was a messenger, a carrier of prayers to the gods. It was the centerpiece of Vedic rituals, a force that bridged heaven and earth. Unlike Zoroastrian fire, which symbolized purity and divine light, Indian fire was also a consumer, a transformer that reduced offerings to ash and carried their essence to the heavens. It was destructive yet life-giving, a force of renewal that mirrored the cycles of creation and destruction at the heart of Indian thought. Air, Vayu, was life itself, the breath that sustained all living things. It was not seen, but it was felt, its presence a constant reminder of the unseen forces that governed existence. And then there was space, Akasha, the most enigmatic of all. It was the void that held everything, the canvas on which the drama of existence played out. Space was infinite, eternal, and ungraspable, a paradox that reflected the mysteries of the cosmos. Despite the differences in emphasis, the reverence for the elements in both cultures revealed a profound truth: the natural world was not separate from the divine. To touch the earth, to drink water, to feel the wind, was to encounter the sacred. The elements were not just objects of worship, but teachers, each one offering lessons in balance, humility, and respect. They reminded humanity of its place in the grand design, not as masters of nature, but as its stewards. In both Persia and India, the elements were also deeply tied to the moral and spiritual lives of their people. To protect the purity of water, to respect the sanctity of fire, to honor the earth, was to align oneself with the cosmic order. Conversely, to desecrate the elements was to invite chaos, to disrupt the delicate balance that sustained life. These beliefs were not abstract, they were lived, shaping rituals, laws, and daily practices. And yet, there was a shared understanding that the elements were not invincible. Fire could be extinguished, water polluted, earth scarred. This vulnerability made them all the more precious, their preservation a sacred duty. In the interplay of these elements, in their fragility and power, both cultures saw a reflection of life itself, beautiful, fleeting, and profoundly interconnected. The elements were, and remain, more than the sum of their parts. They are the silent witnesses to history, the unchanging constants in a world of change. They carry the weight of millennia, their presence a reminder of the stories we tell, the beliefs we hold, and the connections that bind us to the world and to each other. In the vast expanse of ancient thought, there stood figures whose very essence was intertwined with the fabric of the universe. They were not gods of storms or harvests, not guardians of fire or water. Instead, they presided over something far more profound, the cosmic order that held existence together. In the traditions of ancient Persia and India, Ahura Mazda and Varuna emerged as these luminous guardians, embodying the sacred, unyielding principles that governed all creation. Their stories, though separated by geography and culture, resonate with striking parallels. Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Zoroastrianism, was the architect of all that is good, the source of light and wisdom. His presence was an eternal affirmation of Asha, the divine order. Asha was not merely a law, it was the principle of truth, harmony, and justice that sustained the cosmos. Every star in the sky, every drop of water, every breath of air existed because of Asha. Ahura Mazda's will was its source, and his existence was its guarantee. To stray from Asha was to fall into Druj, the lie, the corruption that Indra sought to spread. Ahura Mazda's guardianship of Asha was both a cosmic and personal relationship. He was not a distant figure but a force that touched every aspect of life. His teachings, as recorded in the Avesta, urged humans to think good thoughts, speak good words, and perform good deeds. This was not merely moral advice, but a sacred duty, an active participation in the maintenance of Asha. Humanity, in Ahura Mazda's vision, was not passive, it was a co-creator of order, a defender of light against darkness. In the Vedic pantheon, Varuna was a god of profound majesty, whose dominion extended over the oceans and the heavens. But his true power lay in Rta, the cosmic order that mirrored Asha. Rta was the rhythm of existence, the law that governed the movement of the stars, the changing of seasons, and the ethical behavior of humans. Like Ahura Mazda, Varuna was not just a creator but a preserver, a deity whose vigilance ensured that the world remained in balance. Varuna's gaze was unblinking, his presence inescapable. In the Rigveda, he is described as the one who binds sinners with his invisible noose, a reminder that no act, however small, escapes his notice. Yet, Varuna was not cruel. His justice was tempered with mercy, and his role as a guardian was rooted in compassion. He heard the prayers of the repentant, offering forgiveness to those who sought to realign themselves with Rta. This duality of strict justice and boundless grace made Varuna both awe-inspiring and deeply personal. The parallels between Ahura Mazda and Varuna are as compelling as they are illuminating. Both deities transcend the material, embodying abstract principles that define the moral and cosmic framework of their respective traditions. They are not gods of war or fertility but of truth and balance, figures whose importance lies in their ability to hold the universe together. Both also rely on humanity to uphold their divine principles. Ahura Mazda calls upon humans to be warriors of Asha, to live lives that reflect truth and light. Varuna, too, places a sacred responsibility on mortals, demanding adherence to Rta through honesty, duty, and piety. In both cases, the human role is not one of passive worship but active participation, a call to align one's life with the divine order. Yet, there are distinctions that highlight the unique cultural lenses through which these deities were viewed. Ahura Mazda's battle against Indra casts the cosmic order as something fragile, constantly under siege by chaos. The world, in Zoroastrian thought, is a battlefield, and Asha must be defended with vigilance and resolve. Varuna's Rta, on the other hand, is more cyclical and enduring. While disruptions occur, the cosmic law is self-correcting, a rhythm that will always restore itself in time. Their relationships with humanity also reflect different emphases. Ahura Mazda is a guide and teacher, his presence felt through the moral teachings that inspire human action. Varuna, by contrast, is more watchful, his justice swift yet compassionate, a force that reminds mortals of their accountability in the grand design. The imagery surrounding these deities further underscores their roles as guardians of order. Ahura Mazda's light is a constant motif, symbolizing the clarity and purity of Asha. In contrast, Varuna's association with water, the vast, encompassing oceans and the serene expanse of the heavens, evokes the depth and vastness of Rta. Light and water, each a vital element, become metaphors for the laws they uphold. The most profound connection between Ahura Mazda and Varuna lies in their shared message that existence itself is sacred, bound by principles that transcend the physical. The stars, the rivers, the fire, the air, all these are not merely objects but manifestations of a greater truth. To honor them is to honor the divine, to participate in a story that began before time and continues in every breath, every act of goodness. And yet, these gods, for all their grandeur, do not stand apart from us. They invite us into their struggle, their vision. Ahura Mazda and Varuna may dwell in the heavens, but their voices echo in the choices we make, the lives we lead. They remind us that order is not given, it is earned, nurtured, and protected. It is a gift and a responsibility, a legacy as ancient as the stars and as immediate as the next heartbeat. When the first rays of dawn spill across the earth, touching mountain peaks and awakening the land, it is not just the sun that rises, it is hope, life, and divinity. For ancient Persia and India, the sun was not merely a celestial body, it was a sacred force, a god who bridged the human and the divine. In Persia, this god was Mitra, and in India, he was Mitra. They were not distant deities confined to myth, but living presences whose light warmed the hearts and souls of their followers. Mitra, in Persian tradition, was a god of covenant and light. His name, derived from the Indo-Iranian root meaning contract or agreement, signified his role as the guarantor of truth and justice. Mitra's presence was a promise, a divine witness to all oaths and deeds. In the Zoroastrian worldview, he was an ally of Ahura Mazda, standing against the chaos of Indra. Mitra's light was more than illumination, it was a force that exposed falsehood and upheld the sacred order of Asha. Mitra's significance went beyond his role as a guardian of justice. As the sun's herald, he was seen as the all-seeing eye, a deity who watched over the world from his celestial chariot. His gaze missed nothing, piercing through darkness to reveal the hidden. Farmers prayed to Mitra for bountiful harvests, soldiers for victory, and rulers for wisdom. His light was a source of vitality, a reminder that even in the shadow of despair, truth would shine through. In India, Mitra was a figure of profound harmony. He appears in the Rig Veda, often paired with Varuna, as a god of friendship, agreements, and social order. Mitra was not a solitary force, but one that thrived in relationships, a deity whose essence was cooperation and unity. His name, like Mitra's, conveyed the idea of bonds, of people coming together under the sacred law of RTA. Where Mitra guarded cosmic contracts, Mitra upheld social ones, ensuring that communities thrived in balance and mutual respect. Like Mitra, Mitra's connection to the sun was central to his identity. He was associated with the morning light, the gentle dawn that heralded a new day. Unlike the fierce midday sun, Mitra's radiance was soothing, a light that nurtured life rather than scorched it. His warmth was a promise, a reassurance that life would endure. This duality, strength tempered by gentleness, made Mitra a beloved deity, invoked in hymns and rituals for his grace and favor. The parallels between Mitra and Mitra are striking, a testament to the shared cultural roots of ancient Persia and India. Both deities embody the sun not just as a physical force, but as a moral and spiritual one. Their light is not blind power, it is wisdom, guidance, and justice. To stand in their light is to be seen, to be accountable, to align oneself with the divine order. Yet, their differences reveal the unique perspectives of their respective cultures. Mitra's light is sharp and piercing, a beacon of vigilance in a world of conflict. His role as a warrior of truth reflects the Zoroastrian focus on the battle between Asha and Druj. Mitra, by contrast, embodies a softer, relational light. His domain is not the battlefield but the village square, where bonds are formed and harmony is maintained. This reflects the Vedic emphasis on community and balance, on the interconnectedness of all life. Both Mitra and Mitra, however, share an unyielding commitment to truth. In their eyes, falsehood is not just a personal failing but a cosmic disruption. Lies and deceit weaken the bonds that hold the world together, threatening the delicate balance that their light seeks to uphold. Their presence in myths and rituals is a reminder of the sacredness of truth, of the responsibility to honor one's word and live with integrity. The symbolism of the sun amplifies their message. The sun is constant, unchanging in its path across the sky. It is a reminder that truth, like the sun, endures. It cannot be hidden for long, for even the darkest night must give way to dawn. The light of Mitra and Mitra is the light of justice, the assurance that order will prevail over chaos, that life will endure despite the shadows. And yet, these deities are not distant overseers. Their light touches every corner of the earth, every heart. It is a personal light, one that calls individuals to live in harmony with the greater order. Mitra's contracts and Mitra's friendships are not abstract concepts, but daily realities, guiding people in their interactions, decisions, and beliefs. As the sun rises each day, so too does the promise of Mitra and Mitra, the promise that truth will triumph, that bonds will hold, that light will find a way. Their presence in the myths of Persia and India is not just a reflection of the past, it is a living force, a reminder that the light within us is as sacred as the light above. And as long as that light endures, so too does hope. The struggle between light and shadow, good and evil, is a story older than time, etched into the hearts of civilizations and echoed in the myths they hold sacred. In the ancient traditions of Persia and India, this eternal tension took form in the celestial and the infernal. In Zoroastrianism, the Yazatas, divine beings who served Ahura Mazda, stood as champions of goodness and guardians of creation. In Indian mythology, the Devas, radiant celestial beings, held a similar role. Yet both traditions also spoke of their counterparts, entities that embodied chaos and malevolence, the Deva of Zoroastrian lore and the Ahura of Indian thought. Together, these figures wove a tapestry of cosmic duality that illuminated the nature of existence itself. The Yazatas were the luminous heralds of Zoroastrianism, divine helpers of Ahura Mazda. Their name, derived from a root meaning worthy of worship, signified their sanctity and their alignment with Asha, the cosmic order. Each Yazata had a distinct role, governing aspects of nature, morality, and human life. Mitra, the guardian of covenants, was a Yazata. So too was Anahita, the Yazata of waters and fertility, and Sraosha, the messenger of divine will. These beings were not gods in their own right, but emanations of Ahura Mazda's will, extensions of his benevolence in the world. For Zoroastrians, the Yazatas were more than symbols, they were active forces that could be invoked in prayers and rituals. Their presence was a reminder that humanity was not alone in its struggle against chaos. With their help, mortals could align themselves with Asha and resist the insidious pull of Druj, the lie. In this cosmic drama, the Yazatas were allies, their light a beacon in the moral and spiritual darkness. Indian mythology's Devas mirrored this celestial role. Like the Yazatas, the Devas were divine beings, shining and powerful, who upheld Rta, the sacred order. Indra, the king of the Devas, wielded thunderbolts to vanquish demons and protect the cosmos. Agni, the fire god, acted as a mediator between gods and humans, carrying prayers to the heavens. Surya, the sun god, illuminated the world, a symbol of truth and enlightenment. Each deva had a unique function, and together they represented the forces of balance and goodness in the universe. Yet, the Indian devas were not without flaws. Unlike the Yazatas, who were entirely aligned with Ahura Mazda's purity, the Devas occasionally displayed human-like imperfections, jealousy, rivalry, even vanity. Their imperfections made them relatable, but they also underscored a fundamental difference in how the two traditions viewed their celestial beings. In Zoroastrianism, the Yazatas were paragons of virtue, reflecting the unblemished goodness of their creator. In Indian mythology, the Devas, while divine, were not infallible, their flaws a reflection of the dynamic and complex nature of existence. The counterparts to these beings, the Deva in Zoroastrianism and the Ahura in Indian thought, introduced a darker thread to the narrative. In Zoroastrianism, the Deva were not merely mischievous spirits, they were embodiments of evil, allies of Indra in his war against Asha. These entities thrived on lies, chaos, and destruction, actively working to undermine the balance of creation. In the moral framework of Zoroastrianism, the Deva represented the constant threat of moral decay, a reminder of the vigilance required to uphold the light. In Indian mythology, the Asuras were more nuanced. Early Vedic texts often depicted them as powerful beings who rivaled the Devas but were not inherently evil. They were ambitious, proud, and at times, noble. However, as the mythology evolved, the Asuras became more closely associated with greed, arrogance, and disharmony. They were often cast as adversaries of the Devas, their conflicts forming the backdrop for epic battles and cosmic struggles. The contrast between the Deva and Asura reveals a divergence in the worldviews of the two cultures. Zoroastrianism framed the conflict between good and evil as an absolute duality, a stark line dividing light from shadow. The Deva were irredeemable, their existence a rejection of Asha. Indian mythology, by contrast, embraced ambiguity. The Asuras, while often cast as villains, were not always evil. Their motivations, though misguided, were sometimes relatable, even sympathetic. This fluidity reflected a broader Indian belief in the cyclical nature of existence, where roles and outcomes were not fixed but ever-changing. Despite these differences, the similarities between the Asuras and the Devas speak to shared cultural roots. Both groups represent a divine hierarchy that supports and protects the cosmic order. Both embody values like truth, justice, and harmony. And both serve as intermediaries between the human and the divine, bridging the mortal and the eternal. The interplay between these celestial and infernal forces also reveals a shared understanding of human nature. The Asuras and Devas symbolize humanity's highest aspirations, compassion, integrity, and the pursuit of truth. The Deva and Asura, on the other hand, reflect the darker impulses that lurk within: greed, deceit, and the temptation to disrupt harmony for personal gain. The myths surrounding these beings are not just cosmic dramas, they are mirrors, reflecting the struggles within every human heart. And so, in the stories of the Asuras and Devas, of the Deva and Asura, we find more than tales of gods and demons. We find the essence of what it means to live, to strive, to choose between light and shadow. These myths are reminders of the power of choice, of the sacred responsibility to uphold truth in a world that often teeters on the edge of chaos. They are not just stories of the past, they are whispers of eternity, calling us to be guardians of the light, even as the shadows loom large. The rush of a river carving through ancient mountains, the serene ripple of a stream under moonlight, water is more than life, it is mystery, creation, and renewal. Across the sacred landscapes of ancient Persia and India, the divine feminine found profound expression in water goddesses who embodied purity, wisdom, and vitality. Anahita and Sarasvati, these luminous figures, were not just deities but forces of nature, revered as sources of life and conduits of spiritual transformation. Through their stories, we glimpse the sacredness of water, the feminine essence that nourishes and sustains all existence. Anahita, the Zoroastrian goddess of waters, was a figure of awe-inspiring majesty. Her very name, the Immaculate One, spoke of purity and strength. She was no meek, ethereal spirit, she was a warrior goddess, riding a chariot drawn by 4 powerful steeds symbolizing wind, rain, cloud, and hail. Her presence was as commanding as the rivers she governed, and her blessings flowed through the land, bringing fertility and prosperity. In the Avesta, Anahita is praised as the force that purifies the waters, ensuring they remain life-giving and sacred. But Anahita's role was not limited to the physical world. She was a protector of women, particularly during childbirth, a time of both vulnerability and immense power. Her strength was a source of courage for those who called upon her, her purity a shield against harm. Anahita was a paradox, soft and nurturing, yet fierce and unyielding. She stood as a symbol of the duality within the feminine divine, the gentle, life-giving flow of water and the unstoppable force of a roaring flood. In India, Sarasvati was the goddess of the river that bore her name and the divine embodiment of wisdom, speech, and creativity. Her origins as a river goddess are deeply rooted in the Rigveda, where she is described as a mighty and life-sustaining river, pure and swift. Sarasvati's waters were said to flow with milk and honey, nourishing the land and its people. Over time, her association with water expanded into a broader spiritual realm. She became the goddess of learning, music, and the arts, a patron of those who sought knowledge and inspiration. Sarasvati's form was serene, her grace otherworldly. Clad in white, she held a veena, her music resonating with the essence of creation itself. Her association with water, though subtle in her later depictions, never faded. Water, like knowledge, is fluid, adaptive, and essential. Sarasvati's wisdom was a stream that cleansed ignorance, a flow that carried seekers toward enlightenment. Her presence was a reminder that creativity and intellect, like rivers, must be nurtured and allowed to run free. The parallels between Anahita and Sarasvati are as striking as the rivers they personify. Both are symbols of purity, their waters representing the essence of life itself. Both are protectors and nurturers, their presence a source of strength and renewal. And both transcend their roles as water goddesses, embodying higher principles that resonate across cultures and centuries. Yet, their differences highlight the unique spiritual landscapes from which they arose. Anahita's warrior aspect reflects the Zoroastrian emphasis on the cosmic battle between good and evil. She is not just a nurturer but a defender, her strength a bulwark against chaos. Sarasvati, in contrast, embodies the Indian ideal of balance and harmony. Her power lies in her wisdom, her ability to inspire and elevate through knowledge and art. The symbolism of water ties these goddesses together. Water is life, but it is also a force of purification, transformation, and connection. Anahita's rivers cleanse and sustain, their flow a metaphor for the unyielding purity of Asha. Sarasvati's waters inspire and enlighten, their current a symbol of the flow of ideas and the pursuit of truth. In both traditions, water is sacred not just for its physical properties but for its spiritual significance. It is the thread that binds the material and the divine. Their worship reflects this sacredness. In Zoroastrian rituals, prayers to Anahita invoked her blessings for fertility, health, and strength. Rivers and springs were considered her sanctuaries, places where her presence was felt most strongly. In India, Sarasvati was honored during Vasant Panchami, a festival celebrating learning and art. Offerings of yellow flowers, a color symbolizing knowledge, were made to her, and devotees sought her blessings for wisdom and creativity. The stories of Anahita and Sarasvati remind us that water, like the feminine divine, is both gentle and powerful. It nurtures but also challenges, carving paths through the hardest stone. It sustains life yet demands respect, its flow a reflection of the delicate balance that sustains the world. These goddesses are not distant figures, they are ever present, their essence flowing through rivers, art, and the hearts of those who honor them. In their myths and worship, we find a profound truth: the feminine divine, like water, is life itself. It is the source of creation, the force that sustains, and the power that transforms. Anahita and Sarasvati are not just goddesses of the past, they are eternal presences, their waters flowing still, their essence a part of every life they touch. They remind us to honor the sacred in all things, to respect the forces that sustain us, and to find strength in the gentle yet unyielding power of the divine feminine. The idea of a future savior, one who will emerge in the world's darkest hour to restore order, justice, and truth, is a motif that resonates across cultures, echoing humanity's eternal hope for redemption. In Zoroastrianism and Indian mythology, this profound concept finds form in two extraordinary figures, the Saoshyant and Kulki. Both stand as harbingers of transformation, their stories woven with the threads of eschatology, faith, and the unyielding belief in the triumph of good over evil. In Zoroastrian tradition, the Saoshyant is the one who brings benefit, a messianic figure foretold to appear at the end of time. His coming is not just an event, but the culmination of the cosmic battle between Asha, truth, and Druj, falsehood. Born of a virgin and imbued with the divine essence of Ahura Mazda, the Saoshyant will rise when the world is shrouded in deceit and despair, a beacon of hope in an age of darkness. He will not come alone. His arrival heralds the resurrection of the dead, the final purification of the world, and the ultimate victory of light over shadow. The Saoshyant's mission is monumental. He will lead humanity through the Frashokhariti, the Zoroastrian concept of the final renovation of existence. In this prophesied era, all souls, cleansed of their sins, will unite in harmony, and creation will return to its original, perfect state. Fire and molten metal will purify the earth, burning away the remnants of Druj, while the righteous will walk unscathed, their virtue shielding them from harm. The Saoshyant is not a warrior in the traditional sense. His weapon is not violence, but truth. His strength lies in his ability to inspire, to awaken humanity's inherent goodness, and to guide the world toward salvation. In Indian mythology, Kalki is the 10th and final avatar of Vishnu, destined to appear at the end of the Kali Yuga, the current age of strife and moral decline. Where the Saoshyant brings purification through divine truth, Kalki wields the sword of divine justice. His arrival signals the end of the cycle of degeneration, the destruction of evil, and the dawn of a new golden age. Mounted on a white horse and wielding a blazing sword, Kalki is a figure of both wrath and renewal, a destroyer of corruption and a restorer of Dharma. Kalki's narrative is steeped in the cyclical worldview of Indian cosmology, where creation, preservation, and destruction are perpetual. His role is not merely to vanquish, but to pave the way for rebirth. The Kalki Purana describes his battle against the forces of darkness, tyrants, hypocrites, and those who perpetuate greed and deceit. Like the Saoshyant, Kalki's arrival is both a reckoning and a promise, a moment when the moral order is restored and humanity is given a chance to begin anew. The parallels between the Saoshyant and Kalki are striking. Both figures arise in apocalyptic times, their presence a response to the collapse of order and the ascendance of chaos. Both are saviors, their roles transcending mere destruction or purification to encompass a broader vision of renewal. And both serve as reminders that even in the bleakest of times, there is hope, an unshakable belief that light will find its way through the darkness. Yet, their differences reflect the unique spiritual perspectives of their respective traditions. The Saoshyant's mission is deeply tied to the Zoroastrian emphasis on Asha, the eternal truth that underpins existence. His work is transformative, focused on cleansing and uniting all souls in a final act of cosmic restoration. Kalki, on the other hand, embodies the cyclical nature of Indian thought, where destruction is an essential precursor to creation. His justice is swift and uncompromising, a necessary force to clear the path for renewal. Both figures also reflect the dual nature of saviors, agents of both destruction and creation. The Saoshyant's fire purifies even as it burns, while Kalki's sword cuts away corruption to make space for growth. In their myths, we see the duality of life itself, the need for endings to allow beginnings, for darkness to give way to light. The eschatological visions surrounding these saviors are not merely grand tales of cosmic battles, they are deeply personal. They speak to the human longing for justice, for redemption, for the assurance that no matter how far the world strays, there will always be a way back. The Saoshyant and Kalki are not just figures of mythology, they are symbols of resilience, of the power to rebuild, and of the hope that endures even when all seems lost. As their stories unfold, they leave behind an enduring truth: salvation is not passive. The Saoshyant's call to embrace Asha and Kalki's demand for Dharma are reminders that humanity must take an active role in its redemption. Their legends urge us to confront falsehood with truth, corruption with integrity, and despair with hope. Even now, as the world faces its own shadows, the echoes of the Saoshyant and Kalki linger. They are whispers of an ancient promise, a reminder that the light within us has the power to overcome the darkness without. And as long as that promise remains, the stories of these saviors will continue to inspire, guiding us through the chaos toward a brighter, purer dawn. In the tapestry of ancient epics, two heroes stand tall: Rustam of Persia's Shahnameh and Arjuna of India's Mahabharata. They are warriors shaped by destiny, celebrated for their valor, and burdened with the weight of choices that define not just their lives, but the fate of their worlds. Rustam and Arjuna are not mere characters, they are ideals, embodying the strengths and struggles of humanity. Yet, beneath their grandeur lies a depth that makes them relatable: flaws, doubts, and moments of vulnerability that remind us that even the greatest heroes are, in the end, human. Rustam, the mightiest of Persian champions, is the heart of Ferdowsi's Shahnameh. His strength is legendary, his deeds monumental. Born to a lineage of warriors, Rustam's life is a continuous trial of heroism. From slaying ferocious beasts to rescuing kings, his exploits span a lifetime, each one solidifying his place as the protector of Persia. Yet, Rustam's greatness is marked by a shadow, a thread of tragedy that runs through his life, shaping his story with a profound sense of melancholy. One of the most poignant episodes of Rustam's life is his encounter with his own son, Sohrab. Unknowingly battling his offspring in combat, Rustam's victory becomes his deepest sorrow when he learns of their bond too late. This tragedy haunts Rustam, revealing the fragile balance between duty and personal loss. Despite his unmatched prowess, Rustam's humanity lies in his grief, in the moments where his strength cannot shield him from fate's cruel hand. Arjuna, on the other hand, is the quintessential hero of the Mahabharata. A prince of the Pandava clan, Arjuna is a warrior of extraordinary skill, a master archer whose precision is unmatched. Yet, his greatness is not defined solely by his martial abilities. Arjuna is a thinker, a seeker of truth, and a man constantly grappling with the moral complexities of his world. His character is layered, his victories tempered by the burden of choices that challenge his sense of justice and duty. Arjuna's most defining moment comes on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, where he is paralyzed by doubt, standing at the cusp of a great war. Faced with the prospect of fighting his own kin, Arjuna's turmoil is not about fear, but about morality. It is here, in this moment of vulnerability, that he receives the Bhagavad Gita, a divine discourse on duty, detachment, and righteousness. This revelation transforms Arjuna, guiding him to embrace his role as a warrior, not for personal gain but as an instrument of cosmic order. The parallels between Rustam and Arjuna are as striking as their differences. Both are warriors of unparalleled might, chosen by fate to shape the destiny of their people. Both are loyal to their families and kingdoms, their actions driven by a deep sense of duty. Yet, their journeys diverge in tone and scope, reflecting the cultural contexts that birthed them. Rustam's heroism is rooted in physicality, in feats of strength and endurance. He is the embodiment of courage, his actions often solitary, his challenges personal. His battles are against external foes, demons, dragons, and rival warriors. Arjuna's heroism, while also physical, is deeply intertwined with the spiritual. His struggles are as much internal as they are external. Arjuna is not just a warrior, he is a philosopher, his journey marked by an evolution of thought and understanding. Rustam's world is one of stark contrasts, good versus evil, loyalty versus betrayal. His victories are clear-cut, his challenges direct. In contrast, Arjuna inhabits a more complex moral universe, where right and wrong are often blurred. The Mahabharata does not shy away from ambiguity, and Arjuna's choices reflect this, forcing him to navigate the gray areas of duty and morality. Even in their relationships, Rustam and Arjuna reflect their distinct narratives. Rustam's ties to his family are central to his story, but they are often tragic. His unknowing slaying of Sohrab is a moment of unbearable loss, a testament to the inevitability of fate. Arjuna's relationships, while fraught with conflict, are marked by connection and guidance. His bond with Krishna, his charioteer and spiritual guide, is a cornerstone of his journey, providing him with the wisdom and support to face his trials. Both heroes are deeply human despite their extraordinary abilities. Rustam's grief, his moments of hesitation, and his sense of honor ground him, making him relatable even in his larger-than-life exploits. Arjuna's doubts, his search for meaning, and his ultimate acceptance of duty reveal a vulnerability that resonates with the struggles of anyone who has faced difficult choices. What unites Rustam and Arjuna is their enduring legacy. They are not just warriors, they are symbols of their culture's ideals, Rustam, the guardian of Persian valor and loyalty, and Arjuna, the embodiment of Indian righteousness and wisdom. Their stories transcend time, speaking to the universal themes of courage, sacrifice, and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. Yet, their legends also remind us that heroism is not about perfection. It is about resilience in the face of adversity, about finding strength in vulnerability, and about standing firm in one's values, even when the path is unclear. Rustam and Arjuna, though separated by geography and culture, share this timeless truth, their lives a testament to the power of the human spirit. The battlefield is a place where the clash of swords and shields is only the surface of a deeper, more poignant struggle. It is the place where honor, pride, and fate collide, but it is also where the ties of family can be torn apart by destiny's cruel hand. The duels of Rustam and Saurabh in the Shahnameh and Karna and Arjuna in the Mahabharata are not merely physical confrontations, they are tragic intersections of fate and blood. These battles are more than just contests of strength, they are heart-wrenching explorations of familial bonds, duty, and the unrelenting march of destiny. The story of Rustam and Saurabh is the epitome of tragedy. Rustam, the greatest of Persian warriors, unknowingly fathers a son, Saurabh, in a moment of passion. Years later, father and son face each other on the battlefield, each unaware of the other's identity. The two are warriors of unmatched skill and valor, and their clash is one of epic proportions, filled with the promise of glory and the inevitability of tragedy. Rustam's might is legendary, and Saurabh's courage is no less fierce. However, their fates are already sealed long before their swords meet. This is a battle that has been written by destiny, one where neither hero can escape the sorrow that looms over them. As they fight, neither has any idea that they are related. The father and son exchange blows, with each stroke of the sword intensifying the growing tension between them. In the throes of the duel, Rustam strikes Saurabh down. Only then, in the most tragic of realizations, does Rustam learn the truth, that Saurabh is his son. The realization comes too late, the damage done. Rustam is left to mourn the loss of his child, a loss that cannot be undone. The pain is unbearable, a reminder of the cruel nature of fate and the fragility of familial love. The battle, which could have been a moment of joy and reunion, becomes a harrowing symbol of the tragedy that often accompanies the paths of destiny. The story of Karna and Arjuna carries a similar weight of inevitability. Karna, born to the princess Kunti before her marriage, is raised by a charioteer's family. His true identity remains hidden from him for most of his life, and he grows up unaware of his divine heritage as the eldest son of Kunti and, therefore, a brother to the Pandavas, including Arjuna. The revelation of this truth comes too late, and by then, Karna's fate has already been entwined with the forces of darkness. He chooses allegiance with the Kauravas, enemies of the Pandavas, and so his life becomes defined by this choice, by the struggle between loyalty to his adopted family and his bloodline. As the Kurukshetra war rages on, Karna and Arjuna, who are unknowingly brothers, face each other in one of the most fateful duels in the Mahabharata. The two are warriors of immense power and skill, each bearing the weight of their own destinies. Arjuna, guided by Krishna, his charioteer and divine counselor, is the embodiment of Dharma, the righteous path. Karna, on the other hand, though noble in his own right, is bound by the choices he has made, and his loyalty to the Kauravas often places him at odds with what is right. Both warriors are destined to fight, and when they finally face off, it is a battle not just of strength but of sorrowful fate. The duel between Karna and Arjuna is a moment charged with deep emotion. As the fight reaches its peak, Karna's chariot wheel sinks into the earth, leaving him vulnerable to Arjuna's arrows. At this moment, Arjuna hesitates, seeing Karna in a state of helplessness. Krishna, ever the pragmatic guide, urges Arjuna to strike, for war knows no mercy. Karna, too, calls out to the heavens, realizing that fate has played its final hand. Arjuna, though reluctant, delivers the fatal blow. The tragic nature of this duel, much like that of Rustam and Saurabh, lies in the inevitable consequences of fate. Both Karna and Arjuna are bound by their destinies, Karna by his loyalty to the Kauravas, and Arjuna by his duty to defeat the forces of evil. Their battle is not one of choice but of obligation, a clash between two souls bound by the very circumstances of their birth. The family ties that bind Rustam and Saurabh and Karna and Arjuna are more than just blood, they are the threads of destiny that interweave through the very fabric of these epics. The duels between these men represent the conflict between personal identity and duty, between love and loyalty, and between fate and free will. In both stories, the warriors are caught between the roles they are born into and the choices they make along the way. The battle is never just about victory, it is about reconciling their place in the world, understanding their purpose, and confronting the forces that shape their lives. For Rustam, the tragedy of his battle with Sohrab lies not in the violence of the confrontation, but in the emotional burden that follows. His greatness as a warrior means nothing in the face of the love he lost, and the realization that fate had already written their story. Rustam is left to bear the unbearable weight of knowing that he killed his own son, a sorrow that will haunt him until the end of his days. For Arjuna, the duel with Karna is equally painful. Karna is not merely an adversary, he is family, a brother whose fate is sealed by a lifetime of difficult choices. The moment Arjuna kills Karna is a moment of duty fulfilled, but it is also a moment of profound loss. Arjuna does not rejoice in his victory, instead, he mourns the necessity of the conflict and the destruction it brings. In both these legendary duels, the themes of familial conflict and destiny resonate with a timeless power. They remind us that the ties of blood are sacred, but they are also fragile, easily torn apart by the inescapable forces of fate. These duels, filled with action and sorrow, offer a glimpse into the complexities of human life, where love and duty, sacrifice and loss, are often at odds, and where even the greatest heroes are vulnerable to the whims of destiny. The yearning for immortality, an unquenchable desire to transcend the limitations of human existence, has been a driving force in many of the world's most enduring myths. The stories of King Jamshid from Persian tradition and the elixir of Amrita from Indian mythology resonate with this same deep-seated aspiration, the quest to conquer death. Both are imbued with the hope of eternal life, but the paths to achieving this transcendence are as different as the cultures that tell these stories. While one narrative tells of a king who reaches for the divine and falls, the other presents a divine nectar that promises immortality yet demands great sacrifice. Together, they explore the complexity of the human desire for eternity and the inevitable downfall that follows when mortals strive too far beyond their bounds. King Jamshid, one of the greatest rulers in Persian mythology, is a figure of grandeur, wisdom, and unmatched power. He is a king of extraordinary abilities, and his reign is marked by prosperity, peace, and an unparalleled vision for his kingdom. According to the Shahnameh, Jamshid's reign is a golden age for Persia. His wisdom shines as brightly as his material achievements. He introduces a host of innovations, science, medicine, art, and agriculture flourish under his rule. However, it is Jamshid's obsession with immortality that ultimately leads to his tragic fall. Jamshid's ambition to become immortal is rooted in his belief that he is the equal of the gods. His pursuit of eternal life stems not from a desire for peace or enlightenment, but from an overwhelming need to prove his superiority. Over time, his arrogance grows, and he attempts to claim the divine gift of immortality for himself. The story speaks of Jamshid's attempt to seize the power of the divine through the creation of a cup of immortality. This sacred vessel was meant to grant him eternal life, a prize that would forever secure his legacy as a ruler among the gods. But, as often happens in myth, the pursuit of immortality leads him to a tragic end. Jamshid's downfall is not only the result of his failed attempts at securing immortality, but also his arrogance in believing that he could surpass the gods themselves. His hubris blinds him to the consequences of overstepping his bounds. His kingdom, once prosperous, is consumed by chaos and destruction. The cup of immortality is lost, and Jamshid is dethroned, exiled, and ultimately killed. His story is a cautionary tale, a reminder that the quest for immortality, when driven by pride and self-aggrandizement, leads not to eternal life, but to ruin. On the other side of the world, Indian mythology speaks of Amrita, the elixir of immortality, which is sought by gods and demons alike. The story of Amrita is central to the myth of the churning of the ocean, Samudra Manthan, where gods and demons set aside their differences to jointly churn the cosmic ocean in order to retrieve Amrita, a nectar that grants immortality. In the Mahabharata and other texts, the gods seek this elixir not out of selfishness but to maintain cosmic order and balance. The pursuit of Amrita, while still driven by the desire for immortality, is framed within a larger context of duty, sacrifice, and cooperation. As the churning of the ocean begins, a series of divine treasures and beings emerge, each carrying their own significance. Among them is the Amrita itself, glowing and shimmering, promising eternal life to whoever drinks it. But it is not an easy prize to win. The churning is fraught with obstacles, and even once the Amrita is revealed, it is not simply handed to those who seek it. The demons, called Asuras, attempt to seize it for themselves, while the gods, led by the god Vishnu, must outwit them in a game of strategy and deception. Ultimately, Vishnu takes the form of the beautiful enchantress Mohini to trick the demons into giving up their share of the Amrita, allowing the gods to claim it and gain immortality. Unlike Jamshid, whose ambition leads him astray, the story of Amrita is one of balance and cosmic harmony. The gods and demons both seek immortality, but their pursuit is characterized by mutual struggle and deception. The gods' victory in obtaining the Amrita symbolizes not just immortality, but the preservation of cosmic order and dharma. The nectar itself represents the divine will, something beyond the reach of mortals, to be used wisely and justly. Despite the differences in their narratives, the legends of Jamshid and Amrita share a common theme: the pursuit of immortality comes at a great cost. For Jamshid, the desire to be like the gods leads to his destruction. His arrogance blinds him to the limitations of human nature, and his fall is as inevitable as it is tragic. His story reminds us that immortality cannot be seized or earned through force or cunning. It is a divine gift that mortals are not meant to possess. In contrast, the story of Amrita, while still centered on the desire for eternal life, emphasizes the idea that immortality is not for personal gain or self-aggrandizement. It is a gift that must be earned through sacrifice, cooperation, and a balance between opposing forces. The gods' pursuit of Amrita is part of a larger cosmic order, where immortality is not just a means of evading death, but a responsibility to uphold dharma, the moral law that governs the universe. In this context, immortality is not an end in itself, but a means to an end, the preservation of balance and the protection of the world. Both stories, though differing in their treatment of immortality, are imbued with the same cautionary wisdom: the quest for eternal life, if pursued selfishly or recklessly, can lead to destruction. In Jamshid's tragic tale, the danger lies in overreaching and the fatal flaw of pride. In the story of Amrita, the danger lies in the temptation of absolute power, which can corrupt even the most divine beings. Yet, both stories also speak to the inherent desire of the human soul to transcend its limitations, to seek something beyond the fleeting nature of existence. It is this pursuit, however fraught with peril, that gives these myths their enduring power, a reflection of the eternal struggle between mortality and immortality, and the fragile boundary between human ambition and divine will. Time, the unrelenting, invisible force that shapes all existence, has intrigued philosophers, poets, and mystics for centuries. Both Persian and Indian mythologies grapple with the concept of time in ways that reflect the deep spiritual and cultural values of these ancient civilizations. In Persia, time is personified as Zervan, the primordial force that governs the universe, while in India, time takes on an equally profound but slightly different form as Kala, the cosmic embodiment of time. Though distinct, both these concepts share a common understanding: time is not simply a linear progression, but a powerful, sometimes divine force that influences the fate of all things, from the smallest creatures to the grandest gods. In Zoroastrianism, time is embodied by Zervan, the deity who represents both the beginning and the end. Zervan is often depicted as the infinite and eternal source from which all existence flows. The idea of Zervan is complex, as it stands as a paradox. He is both the origin and the final point of all things, encompassing both the past and the future. Zervan is the father of both Ahura Mazda, the god of good, and Ahriman, the spirit of evil. This duality of Zervan reflects a worldview in which time is not only the measure of events, but also the realm in which the forces of light and darkness are in constant conflict. In a sense, Zervan embodies the idea that time is cyclical, with the eternal struggle between good and evil bound to repeat itself through the ages. Zervan's significance lies not only in his role as the creator of the world, but in his representation of time as an eternal force that transcends human understanding. To the ancient Persians, time was not a static, linear concept but a living, breathing entity that existed before creation and would persist long after the world had ended. This notion aligns with the idea that time is both the canvas and the stage upon which all cosmic drama unfolds. The world's history, with its cyclical battles between light and darkness, is understood as a reflection of the eternal flow of time itself. Time, then, is seen as both a deity to be revered and a force that shapes all living things. In contrast, the Indian concept of time as Kala is equally profound, but carries a different nuance. In Hinduism, Kala is often depicted as a dark, all-encompassing force that governs not only the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, samsara, but the very essence of existence itself. Kala is typically personified as a god or cosmic principle that is both relentless and inescapable, embodying the impermanence of the world. Time in this sense is not linear but cyclical, with the universe undergoing endless cycles of creation and destruction. This eternal cycle is known as yugas, and each yuga represents an age or era of the world, from the golden age of Satya Yuga to the current, declining Kali Yuga. Kala's role in Indian thought is deeply tied to the concept of Maya, or illusion. In Hindu philosophy, the material world is seen as an illusion, and time itself is often viewed as a force that deceives humanity into believing in the permanence of things. The cyclical nature of time, where creation and destruction happen repeatedly, serves as a reminder of the impermanence of all things. For the individual soul, Atman, time is a prison, trapping it in the cycle of samsara, where it is born, lives, dies, and is reborn. The only way to escape time's clutches is through spiritual awakening, realizing that the ultimate reality, Brahman, is beyond the limitations of time and space. While Zervan in Persian thought emphasizes the eternal and cyclical nature of time as a divine principle, Kala in Indian thought highlights the impermanence and illusory quality of the material world. Both concepts view time as more than just a measure of events. It is a force that governs the fate of all beings, often in ways that transcend human understanding. However, while Zervan's time is intertwined with moral duality, symbolizing the eternal conflict between good and evil, Kala's time reflects the endless cycles of creation and dissolution. Challenging the attachment to material existence, both Zervan and Kala also embody the idea that time is both a destroyer and a creator. In Persian mythology, Zervan is the source of both light and darkness, and his time encompasses both creation and destruction. The eternal conflict between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman is part of this larger cosmic drama, where time itself acts as the stage upon which the forces of good and evil clash. Similarly, in Indian mythology, Kala is often associated with Lord Shiva, the god of destruction and transformation. Shiva, in his destructive aspect, represents the inevitable end of all things, yet his destruction is also a form of creation, making way for new beginnings. The cyclical nature of time, then, is not just about decay and dissolution, but about renewal and rebirth as well. In the Mahabharata, time is depicted as an inescapable force, one that spares no one, not even the greatest of heroes. The curse of time is evident in the aging of the characters, as even the mighty Arjuna and the noble Krishna are subject to its sway. The story of the Mahabharata itself is a meditation on the fleeting nature of time, as the Great War leads to the destruction of an entire dynasty, and the world shifts into a new age of decline. Time, like Kala, is impartial and relentless, sweeping away everything in its path, no matter how powerful or revered. In Persian thought, time's dual nature as both a force of creation and destruction is also evident in the myth of the end of the world. According to Zoroastrian eschatology, Zervan's time will ultimately culminate in the defeat of Ahriman and the final triumph of Ahura Mazda, bringing about the renewal of the world and the restoration of cosmic order. This end, like the cycles of creation, is not final, it is merely another stage in the eternal rhythm of time. Similarly, in Hindu cosmology, the end of the Kali Yuga marks the beginning of a new cycle, where the world will be destroyed and then recreated, bringing about a new age of purity and righteousness. Both traditions see time as cyclical, with an inevitable progression through destruction and renewal, where even the end is merely a prelude to a new beginning. Zervan and Kala, though distinct in their cultural contexts, both represent the deification of time and its essential role in shaping the destiny of the universe. Time is not simply a passive observer of events, it is an active force, creating and destroying, nurturing and consuming, all at once. Whether viewed as the eternal, cosmic principle of Zervan or the relentless, cyclical force of Kala, time is a central and powerful concept that lies at the heart of both Persian and Indian thought. Time is both a gift and a curse, a force that shapes everything, even as it remains beyond the full grasp of humanity. Both myths serve as reminders of the transitory nature of existence, the inevitability of change, and the need to transcend the limitations of the material world in order to understand the true, timeless nature of reality. The concept of time in ancient cultures has always been something more than a mere linear progression of events. It's a grand, cosmic rhythm, one that encompasses cycles of creation, destruction, and rebirth. Both Persian and Indian mythologies offer their own versions of these cycles, structured in their distinct eras or ages. In Zoroastrianism, the framework is built around the idea of four great eras governed by cosmic forces, while Indian tradition describes the passage of time through the four yugas. Though these cycles are different in their structure and interpretation, they are united by one profound truth: time is cyclical, and humanity's existence is intertwined with this endless dance of ages. In Zoroastrian thought, time is divided into four distinct periods, each marked by a specific phase in the struggle between the forces of good and evil. These four ages, or Zoroastrian eras, are essential to understanding how the ancient Persians perceived the unfolding of the world's history. Each era is defined not only by the events that occur, but by the presence and influence of key figures, most notably the divine entities Ahura Mazda, Ahriman, and the savior figure, the Seoshayant. These eras are seen as an unbroken cycle of cosmic renewal, each one laying the foundation for the next. Yet they also serve as a warning about the consequences of moral decay and the inevitable end of the world, which will be followed by a fresh start. The first era, known as the era of creation, is marked by the initial act of creation by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god in Zoroastrianism. This era is the golden age of the world, where the forces of light and order are established, and the divine laws that govern the cosmos are set in motion. In this period, the world is at its purest, and humanity lives in harmony with divine will. However, the seeds of evil, embodied by Ahriman, are also planted during this time. This period represents the ideal state of creation, before the introduction of strife and corruption. It is a time of divine presence, a period when the human soul can live in direct connection with the spiritual realm. The second era, known as the era of strife, marks the beginning of the cosmic battle between good and evil. Ahriman, the spirit of darkness and chaos, rises to challenge the order established by Ahura Mazda. This period is defined by conflict, both in the human realm and in the divine sphere. Humanity's struggles, sins, and moral failures begin to take root, and the world becomes a place where the forces of darkness can flourish. It is a time of suffering and hardship, but also a time where the seeds of redemption are planted, and the potential for spiritual growth becomes possible. The ultimate goal of this era is to overcome the darkness and restore order, but the battle is long and fraught with challenges. The third era, the era of the Savior, is characterized by the arrival of the Seoshayant, the savior figure who will ultimately lead humanity to victory over the forces of evil. This period is one of hope, as the divine intervention of the Seoshayant brings an end to the long struggle between good and evil. The Seoshayant's arrival marks a time of purification, renewal, and spiritual enlightenment. During this period, the world will be cleansed of its impurities, and the forces of evil will be defeated once and for all. The souls of the dead will be resurrected, and humanity will experience a time of unity, peace, and divine order. The destruction of evil brings with it the promise of a new beginning, an era of perfect harmony and fulfillment. The fourth era is known as the era of resurrection, the final stage of cosmic history, where the forces of good triumph and the world is renewed. The resurrection of the dead and the final judgment of souls lead to the ultimate purification of the world. This is a time of ultimate peace, where suffering, death, and corruption are no more. It is the restoration of the divine plan, the fulfillment of Ahura Mazda's original creation. In this era, the divine order is completely restored, and all beings live in eternal unity with the divine. In Indian thought, time is divided into 4 distinct yugas, or ages, each of which marks a different phase in the moral and spiritual state of humanity. The yugas are rooted in the Hindu belief in samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, and each yuga represents a stage in the cycle of cosmic creation and destruction. The yugas are often depicted as a gradual decline in the spiritual purity and moral integrity of humanity, leading to the eventual destruction of the world and its subsequent renewal. The first yuga is the Satya Yuga, often referred to as the Golden Age. This is a time of purity, truth, and righteousness. Humanity is spiritually awakened, living in complete harmony with the divine and with nature. In this age, there is no suffering, and everyone lives a life of virtue and moral integrity. It is a time when the gods walk the earth and humanity is in direct connection with the divine. The Satya Yuga represents the highest point of spiritual evolution, where the world is free from the distractions and illusions of material existence. The second yuga is the Treta Yuga, the Silver Age. While still a time of virtue and righteousness, the world begins to decline in this age. The moral and spiritual integrity of humanity begins to deteriorate, and people start to engage in acts of selfishness, greed, and corruption. The Treta Yuga is marked by the appearance of great heroes and warriors, like Lord Rama, who embody the ideals of dharma, righteousness, but are also faced with the challenges of a world that is slowly losing its purity. While the gods still play an active role in the world, the spiritual connection between humanity and the divine begins to weaken. The third yuga is the Dvapara Yuga, the Bronze Age. This is a time of further moral decline, where the world is filled with strife, war, and confusion. The ideals of truth and righteousness are increasingly abandoned, and the gods are less present in the world. The Dvapara Yuga is defined by the rise of conflict and the erosion of spiritual knowledge. This age is marked by the story of the Mahabharata, where the Great War of Kurukshetra serves as a metaphor for the battle between good and evil, dharma and adharma. Humanity, in this age, is caught in a cycle of suffering and illusion, struggling to reconnect with the divine. The fourth yuga is the Kali Yuga, the Iron Age. This is the darkest of the yugas, a time when the world is overwhelmed by corruption, vice, and moral decay. Humanity has lost its connection with the divine, and people are driven by selfish desires, greed, and ignorance. The Kali Yuga is characterized by widespread injustice, suffering, and confusion. It is the age in which the world seems to be at its lowest point, but it is also the age where the potential for spiritual awakening remains. The Kali Yuga is followed by the eventual destruction of the world, and the cycle begins again with the Satya Yuga, the golden age of purity and truth. The cyclical nature of both the Zoroastrian eras and the Indian yugas reflects an understanding of time as an endless process of creation, destruction, and rebirth. In both traditions, the journey of humanity is depicted as a cycle, not a straight line. However, while the Zoroastrian eras focus on the cosmic struggle between good and evil, with the eventual triumph of order and the restoration of peace, the Indian yugas emphasize the gradual decline of humanity's spiritual state, culminating in the eventual destruction and renewal of the world. The Zoroastrian model sees time as a battlefield between divine and demonic forces, while the Indian model reflects the inevitability of decay and the hope for spiritual rebirth. Despite their differences, both traditions reveal a deep understanding of time as a dynamic and transformative force. Time in both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism is not something to be feared, but something to be understood, honored, and transcended. It is a reminder that every era, no matter how dark or difficult, carries within it the seed of renewal and the possibility of transformation. Time is the great teacher, and it is through our understanding of its cycles that we can find our place in the grand, cosmic dance. The flickering, crackling flames dance with an energy that seems to transcend the physical realm. Fire, in its purest form, is both a destroyer and a creator, a force that illuminates and purifies. It has always held a sacred place in the hearts of ancient cultures, and in both Persian and Indian traditions, fire is not just a natural element, but a divine presence, one that connects the earthly realm with the spiritual. In Zoroastrianism, fire is represented by Adar, the sacred flame that symbolizes purity and divine presence. In Hinduism, fire takes the form of Agni, the god who is the mediator between the human and the divine. Though they come from different traditions, both Adar and Agni share a similar purpose: to carry offerings to the gods, to purify the soul, and to maintain the cosmic order. In Zoroastrianism, fire is one of the most important symbols of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god. Adar is not just fire, but the divine fire that burns eternally, representing truth, righteousness, and purity. It is believed that fire itself is a manifestation of Ahura Mazda's divine will and wisdom. In the Zoroastrian faith, fire is present in the fire temples, the holiest places of worship, where it is maintained continuously as a sacred symbol of the god's presence. The purity of the flame is seen as a reflection of the purity of the divine, and the act of tending to the fire is considered a sacred duty. Fire is used in rituals and ceremonies as a way of purifying the soul, cleansing the worshippers of their sins, and offering their devotion to Ahura Mazda. Adar is not just a physical element, but a spiritual force. Zoroastrians believe that the fire is imbued with the divine presence of Ahura Mazda, and through the fire, they connect with the god on a profound level. The flame is never to be extinguished, for its continued burning represents the enduring light of truth and goodness in a world threatened by the forces of darkness and evil. Just as the fire never goes out, the spiritual commitment to righteousness must remain unwavering. The sacred fire in the temple is seen as a bridge between the human and the divine, a way to bring the divine light into the world. It is also seen as a force of protection, warding off evil spirits and maintaining harmony in the cosmos. To the Zoroastrian, fire is not merely an element, it is a living, breathing presence that guides, purifies, and sustains the soul. Similarly, in Hinduism, Agni holds a similarly vital role. Agni is the god of fire and is revered as one of the most important deities in the Hindu pantheon. He is the mediator between the human and the divine, carrying sacrifices and offerings to the gods. Agni's role in Hindu rituals is central, and his presence is felt in the sacred Homa fire rituals, where offerings are made into the fire as a way of invoking the gods and seeking their blessings. Agni is considered the mouth of the gods, taking the offerings made by the worshippers and transmitting them to the divine realms. The flames of the fire are seen as Agni's very essence, and they symbolize both the destructive and creative forces of the universe. Agni is not only a god of fire, but also of transformation. He has the ability to transform physical offerings, whether food, ghee, or herbs, into a spiritual essence that nourishes the gods. In the same way, Agni transforms the devotees' offerings into spiritual merit, purifying them of their sins and elevating their soul toward divine grace. Just as the Zoroastrians view Adar as a force that cleanses and purifies, Agni serves a similar function in the Hindu faith. The fire ritual, known as yajna, is an essential part of Hindu worship. It is performed in various contexts, from individual devotion to grand sacrifices for kings or for the greater good of the community. In every instance, Agni is invoked, and the fire acts as the conduit through which the divine is called upon, blessings are received, and the world is kept in balance. What makes Agni so special is that he is not confined to a single aspect of fire. He is both a creator and a destroyer, embodying the dual nature of fire itself. In Hindu mythology, Agni's powers extend beyond his role in rituals. He is a messenger of the gods and a witness to the great events of the universe. Agni is present at the birth of the world and at the end of all things. He symbolizes transformation, not just in the material world, but in the spiritual realm as well. In this sense, Agni is a reminder that fire is both a force of destruction, consuming all things in its path, and a force of regeneration, as it clears the ground for new life to emerge. This duality is a central theme in Hindu thought, where creation and destruction are not opposing forces, but two aspects of the same divine energy. The similarities between Adar and Agni extend beyond their roles in their respective mythologies. Both deities represent the purity and power of fire as a divine force, and both are revered as guardians of cosmic order. In Zoroastrianism, Adar maintains the balance of the world by keeping the fire burning in the temples, ensuring that the cosmic order is not disrupted by the forces of evil. In Hinduism, Agni plays a similar role in sustaining the balance of the universe, mediating between humanity and the gods, and transforming offerings into spiritual blessings. In both traditions, fire is more than just a physical element. It is a sacred presence that embodies divine energy, guiding the soul toward purity and spiritual enlightenment. Fire worship in both cultures also highlights the deep reverence for nature and the elements. To the Zoroastrians, fire is a reflection of Ahura Mazda's will, a manifestation of the divine intelligence that governs the world. To the Hindus, fire represents both the raw power of the elements and the transformative energy that underlies all of existence. In both traditions, fire is seen as a means of connecting with the divine, purifying the soul, and maintaining harmony in the world. Through their respective rituals, the Zoroastrians and Hindus offer their devotion to the fire, acknowledging its power and its sacred role in their lives. Yet, despite their shared reverence for fire, the worship of Adar and Agni also reflects the unique cultural and philosophical outlooks of these two great civilizations. In Zoroastrianism, the emphasis is on purity and the eternal struggle between light and darkness, with fire symbolizing the unbroken, everlasting light of truth that will ultimately overcome the darkness. In Hinduism, fire takes on a more complex role, symbolizing both the creation and destruction of the universe, a reminder that life itself is a constant cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The sacred fires of Adar and Agni continue to burn brightly in the hearts of their worshippers, their flames representing not just the material element of fire, but the spiritual essence that connects humanity to the divine. The fire is the light in the darkness, the purifier of souls, and the constant companion on the path toward divine truth and enlightenment. Through the worship of fire, both the Zoroastrian and the Hindu traditions remind us that even in the face of destruction, there is always the possibility of renewal, and in the midst of darkness, the light of the divine will always guide the way. There's an ancient, almost mystical quality to the rituals that have passed down through generations, rituals that connect the mortal to the divine, offering glimpses of the sacred through sacred substances and actions. Among these, the sacred beverages, halma in Persian tradition and soma in Indian tradition, stand as the ultimate symbols of purity and divine connection. They are not merely drinks but vessels of divine grace, imbued with the power to purify, enlighten, and transport the worshipper to realms beyond the physical. These sacred elixirs are at the heart of ancient rituals, standing as potent symbols of spiritual awakening, transformation, and purification. In the ancient Persian world, halma was more than just a drink, it was the very essence of life and power, a divine force that connected the people to the gods and to the cosmic order. In the Zoroastrian tradition, halma was revered as both a plant and a deity. It was believed to possess divine qualities, and its preparation and consumption were seen as central to the maintenance of cosmic balance. The halma plant, which was pressed to release its sacred juice, symbolized purity and divine energy. The liquid extracted from it was believed to bring the drinker into a state of spiritual purification, elevating the soul and ensuring its alignment with the divine laws set by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god in Zoroastrianism. Halma wasn't just consumed, it was part of an elaborate ritual meant to purify the body, mind, and spirit. Priests would prepare the halma with utmost care, often accompanied by chants and prayers, as they believed that the essence of halma was deeply tied to the sacred words of the Zoroastrian scriptures. The plant was processed, sometimes in a mortar, and its juices were extracted while hymns and invocations were recited. Once the halma was prepared, it was consumed by the priests and the faithful alike to purify the soul, cleanse the body, and facilitate communication with the divine. It was an offering of devotion, a way to align oneself with the highest divine principles and maintain harmony with the cosmos. The act of drinking halma was a powerful one. It was said that the drinker would feel elevated, almost as though touched by divine light. Some even believed that it gave a glimpse of immortality, granting wisdom and strength to those who partook in it. Halma was believed to be a conduit to the divine, allowing worshippers to transcend the physical realm and enter a state of heightened spiritual awareness. It connected them to Ahura Mazda, and by partaking in it, they could purify themselves and be in harmony with the cosmic order. In Indian tradition, the counterpart to halma is soma, another sacred drink, another embodiment of divine purity, power, and spiritual enlightenment. Soma, much like Hauma, was not just a drink but a deity in its own right, a god who ruled over the moon and was revered for his ability to bring immortality and spiritual insight. In the Vedas, Soma is both the name of the drink and the god who embodies its divine qualities. The Soma plant, like Hauma, was believed to possess mystical properties. Its juice, once extracted and consumed, was said to bestow divine insight, strength, and immortality, much like the ancient idea of an elixir of life. In the Vedic tradition, Soma was consumed during the sacred yajnas, ritual sacrifices, where it was offered to the gods as part of a larger act of cosmic harmony. The preparation of Soma was a highly ritualistic process. The plant was harvested, pressed, and strained, often accompanied by the recitation of hymns that invoked the blessings of Soma, Agni, and other gods. These rituals were performed with great reverence, as the Vedic people believed that consuming Soma allowed them to transcend the limitations of the physical world and commune directly with the gods. The very act of drinking Soma was thought to elevate the individual to a higher spiritual plane, bringing them closer to the divine. Soma, like Hauma, was seen as a transformative substance. Those who drank it were believed to experience enhanced clarity of thought, heightened consciousness, and a deep connection to the divine realms. In the Rigveda, Soma is described as the drink of immortality, a gift from the gods that provided strength and wisdom. It was also believed that the drink helped to nourish the soul, cleansing it of impurities and aligning it with the eternal truths of the universe. Through the consumption of Soma, worshippers could purify themselves, receiving divine protection and enlightenment, allowing them to move closer to the ultimate state of liberation. Both Hauma and Soma represented a bridge between the human and the divine, but they did so in ways that reflect the unique spiritual outlooks of their respective cultures. In Zoroastrianism, the role of Hauma was intimately connected to the concept of cosmic order and purity. The consumption of Hauma wasn't just about personal spiritual enlightenment, but also about ensuring the continued balance of the world. Hauma was linked to the eternal struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, the forces of good and evil, and by consuming it, worshippers could actively contribute to the victory of light over darkness. The ritual consumption of Hauma was a way of reinforcing the divine order and aligning oneself with the forces of righteousness. In Hinduism, Soma's role was more centered around personal spiritual transformation and liberation. While it also held cosmic significance, as it was offered to the gods during yajnas to maintain balance in the universe, the consumption of Soma was largely seen as a way to transcend the limitations of the material world and achieve spiritual elevation. Soma was closely associated with the idea of immortality, not just in the physical sense, but in the spiritual sense, granting its drinkers the wisdom to achieve moksha, or liberation from the cycle of birth and death. Despite the differences in their use, there are striking similarities between Hauma and Soma. Both were believed to be the key to spiritual purity and enlightenment. Both were used in rituals that involved the recitation of sacred hymns, and both were thought to elevate the soul, purging it of impurities and bringing the drinker into closer communion with the divine. In both cultures, the preparation and consumption of these sacred drinks were seen as acts of devotion, rituals that not only honored the divine but also contributed to the well-being of the cosmos as a whole. The deep reverence for Hauma and Soma speaks to the human desire to connect with something greater than oneself, to transcend the limitations of the physical body, and to align oneself with the divine forces that shape the universe. Whether it was the ancient Persians drinking Hauma to purify their souls and maintain cosmic order, or the Vedic peoples consuming Soma to achieve divine wisdom and immortality, these sacred substances represented more than just physical nourishment. They were the gateway to a higher reality, a way to touch the divine and participate in the eternal dance of the cosmos. The legacy of Hauma and Soma endures in the rituals and beliefs of the ancient world, reminding us that the search for spiritual purity and connection with the divine has always been a part of the human experience. Through the sacred drink, the worshipper could transcend the mundane and glimpse the divine, finding purity and grace in the act of devotion. The dead do not simply vanish into oblivion, they are sent off with rituals that speak to the core of human existence, to the belief that death is not an end but a transition. In every culture, funerary practices serve as a way to honor the deceased, to ease their passage into the afterlife, and to offer comfort to the living. The Towers of Silence in Persian tradition and the Antiesti rituals in Indian tradition both stand as profound expressions of this transition, each imbued with a deep reverence for the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Though these practices are deeply rooted in two distinct cultures, they share a common theme: the recognition that the body, once it has served its purpose, must return to nature in a manner that respects both the physical and spiritual realms. In ancient Persia, particularly within the Zoroastrian faith, the body was seen as a vessel, sacred during life, but needing to be returned to the earth upon death. However, Zoroastrians held the earth, an element of purity and fertility, too sacred to come into contact with the decaying flesh. To avoid the corruption of the earth and to respect the sanctity of nature, the Zoroastrians created the Dakma, or Tower of Silence, a unique funerary structure where the deceased would be laid out for exposure to the elements. These towers, which dot the Persian landscape, stand as silent sentinels to the ritual of passage. The process itself was meticulous and deeply spiritual. Once a person passed away, the body was brought to the Tower of Silence, an elevated structure designed to keep the corpse away from the earth, allowing the natural forces, birds, wind, and the sun, to take their course. The body was placed within the tower, where vultures would descend to pick the flesh clean. In this practice, the vultures were not seen as scavengers but as agents of purity. The act of consumption was not a desecration but a sanctified duty, as the birds returned the body's earthly components to nature. The bones were then collected, often placed in a pit at the center of the tower, and left to be consumed by the elements over time. This practice reflected a belief in the cyclical nature of life, where death was a return to the earth and the cosmos, rather than an end. The symbolism in the Tower of Silence was potent. It honored the natural world, kept the earth pure, and allowed the soul of the deceased to make its journey without the defilement of the body's decay. In Zoroastrian thought, the physical world was a battleground between the forces of light and darkness. To place the body on the Tower of Silence was a final, respectful act of keeping the elements, earth, air, and sky, untouched by corruption. The body was not buried, as burial could pollute the soil, nor was it cremated, as fire was sacred and should not be sullied by the remnants of the body. The Tower of Silence was the perfect solution, an answer to the reverence of both nature and the divine. Meanwhile, in the vast and ancient lands of India, the rites surrounding death followed a different, yet equally profound path. The Antiesti, which translates to the last rites or final sacrifice, is an essential part of Hindu funerary practice. The Antiesti ceremony is a deeply personal, yet universally shared experience, as it marks the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. Just as the Tower of Silence speaks to the cycle of life and death in Zoroastrianism, the Antiesti marks the transition of the soul from the physical world to the spiritual realm in Hinduism. The process of Antiesti is a carefully curated sequence of rituals that begins with the purification of the body. The body is bathed, adorned with sacred garlands, and prepared for the final journey. A crucial part of the ritual is the setting of the body on a funeral pyre. The pyre, traditionally made of wood and arranged with specific rituals, is meant to ensure that the body is offered to the sacred fire, a symbol of both destruction and renewal. Agni, the god of fire, plays a pivotal role here, as fire is seen as the purifier, the element that can consume the physical body and liberate the soul. As the body is consumed by flames, the soul is believed to be released, free from the bonds of material existence. This act of burning the body has profound spiritual significance. The flames are not just about the destruction of the body, but also about the liberation of the soul. Hindu philosophy teaches that the soul is eternal, passing through cycles of birth and rebirth, samsara, until it attains moksha, liberation from this cycle. The Antiesti ceremony is an important step in this journey, ensuring that the soul can make its transition, free of attachments and impurities. In some regions of India, the final ashes of the deceased are collected and immersed in sacred rivers like the Ganges, where it is believed that the water purifies the soul, helping it progress on its spiritual journey. The Antiesti ritual is not just about the physical disposal of the body, but about assisting the soul in its journey to the afterlife or its next incarnation. This practice underscores the belief in reincarnation. Life does not simply end with death, but is part of a continuous cycle. The contrast between the Antiesti and the Tower of Silence is fascinating, yet both practices reflect a deep understanding of the sacred relationship between the body, the earth, and the spirit. The Zoroastrian Tower of Silence emphasizes the purity of the natural world, seeing death as a return to the earth without contaminating it. In contrast, the Hindu Antiesti emphasizes the liberation of the soul, viewing the body's destruction by fire as a necessary act to free the spirit for its next journey. The fire in Hindu rituals is not just destructive, but transformative, a spiritual force that aids in the soul's liberation. Both practices also speak to the profound reverence for the dead and the necessity of ritual to ensure that the transition from life to death, and beyond, is handled with the utmost respect and care. The finality of death is not seen as an end in either tradition, but as a significant step in a larger, ongoing journey. The soul must be purified, released, and guided through the final moments by the rituals that have been passed down through generations. While the towers of silence may stand silently on the hillsides of Persia and the fires of Antiesti may burn brightly on the banks of India's sacred rivers, both practices reveal a universal truth. Death is not an end, but a transition, a return to the elements, to the divine, to the eternal cycle of life. Through the sacredness of these rituals, we are reminded that, even in the face of death, there is dignity, meaning, and a deep connection to the cosmos that transcends the mortal realm. In the heart of every culture, there exists a class of individuals who serve as the spiritual guides, the intermediaries between the human and the divine. They are the ones who interpret the sacred texts, perform the rituals, and ensure that the laws of the cosmos are followed. In both Persian and Indian traditions, these figures of authority and reverence, Magi in Zoroastrianism and Brahmins in Hinduism, are not just religious functionaries but the very custodians of ancient wisdom. Through their sacred knowledge and actions, they weave the spiritual fabric that connects the divine to the earthly realm. The Magi, who played a pivotal role in ancient Persia, were more than just priests. They were the spiritual scientists of their time, steeped in a deep knowledge of the sacred and the cosmic. They were the guardians of the Zoroastrian faith, entrusted with interpreting the will of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god. The word Magi has often been associated with wisdom and magic, and indeed, the Magi were believed to possess profound knowledge that allowed them to access the divine mysteries. Their role extended beyond the priesthood. They were teachers, advisors, and even healers. To the common people, they were the embodiment of divine wisdom, and they stood as intermediaries between the sacred world of the gods and the mortal realm of humans. The Magi's primary duty was to perform rituals that maintained the cosmic order. Zoroastrianism was founded on the belief that the world was a battleground between good and evil, and the Magi were tasked with ensuring that the forces of Ahura Mazda prevailed. The rituals they performed were intricate and filled with symbolic meaning, each act an offering to the divine, each word of prayer a spell to protect the world from the forces of darkness. Their role in the daily lives of the Persian people was essential. They oversaw offerings, blessings, and prayers, ensuring that the cosmic balance was maintained. In addition to performing rituals, the Magi also played a central role in the interpretation of sacred texts, particularly the Avesta, the holy scriptures of Zoroastrianism. These texts were not merely read but were understood in a deeply symbolic and mystical way. The Magi, through their knowledge and spiritual insight, were entrusted with the task of conveying the deeper meanings of the scriptures, helping the people understand the divine laws that governed their lives. They were the custodians of a sacred tradition that spanned millennia, holding the key to understanding the universe and humanity's place within it. Much like the Magi of Persia, the Brahmins of ancient India held a similarly exalted position in society. The Brahmins, the priestly class of Hindu society, were the spiritual leaders who guided the people in matters of both the mundane and the divine. Just as the Magi were seen as the guardians of Zoroastrianism, the Brahmins were the guardians of Hinduism's sacred knowledge, tasked with preserving and transmitting the ancient Vedic texts. Their role was sacred, and their authority was built on their deep knowledge of the scriptures and their understanding of the cosmic order. Brahmins were not simply priests who conducted rituals, they were also philosophers, scholars, and teachers. They were the custodians of the Vedas, the ancient scriptures that formed the foundation of Hinduism. The Vedas, with their hymns, prayers, and philosophical teachings, were the essence of spiritual wisdom, and the Brahmins were the ones who had access to this divine knowledge. The Brahmins' role in society was multifaceted. They performed sacred rituals and sacrifices, known as yajnas, which were believed to maintain the balance of the universe and please the gods. But beyond the rituals, Brahmins were also the spiritual guides who offered counsel on life's most profound questions about the nature of the soul, the universe, and the ultimate purpose of existence. The Brahmins' responsibility in relation to the Vedas was immense. They were expected to memorize and recite the sacred texts with precision, as even the smallest deviation in pronunciation could alter the efficacy of a ritual. The Brahmins were also the scholars who interpreted the sacred texts, offering commentary and teachings to ensure that the knowledge of the Vedas was passed down through generations. They were, in essence, the link between the divine wisdom contained in the Vedas and the everyday lives of the people. Just as the Magi had a deep understanding of Zoroastrian cosmology and rituals, the Brahmins were equally versed in the intricate details of Hindu cosmology. They understood the cycles of creation and destruction, the laws of karma, and the paths to liberation, moksha. The Brahmins, through their rituals and teachings, helped the people navigate the complexities of life, offering guidance on everything from proper conduct to the rituals needed for a successful afterlife. In both traditions, the role of the priest was not limited to conducting ceremonies. It was a calling that required purity, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the spiritual path. The Magi and Brahmins were not just spiritual leaders, they were moral guides, holding the moral fabric of their societies together. Their authority was not merely based on social status, but on their deep spiritual insight and their ability to mediate between the human and divine realms. The Magi and Brahmins were also the keepers of secrets, charged with understanding the mysteries of life, death, and the universe. In both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, there were hidden teachings, esoteric knowledge that was passed down only to those initiated into the priestly classes. This secret knowledge was believed to hold the keys to understanding the deepest truths of existence, and it was the Magi and Brahmins who were entrusted with safeguarding it. Their spiritual journey was one of constant learning, deep reflection, and connection with the divine. Yet, their roles were not without challenges. Both the Magi and Brahmins had to maintain their purity and discipline, ensuring that their actions aligned with the divine will. In Zoroastrianism, the Magi were expected to live by the laws of Ahura Mazda, resisting the temptations of Ahriman, the force of evil. In Hinduism, Brahmins were expected to uphold the principles of Dharma, following a righteous path that aligned with the cosmic order. Both classes were held to the highest standards, as their ability to perform rituals and interpret sacred texts depended on their spiritual purity. What made the Magi and Brahmins so integral to their respective cultures was not just their knowledge or rituals, but their embodiment of the sacred. They were not mere servants of the divine, they were living conduits through which the divine flowed. The ancient world looked to these priestly figures not only for guidance in ritual practice, but also for spiritual enlightenment, for insight into the mysteries of life and death, and for a deeper connection to the cosmic forces that shaped existence. Their legacies have endured across centuries, leaving behind a trail of spiritual wisdom that continues to influence not only the faiths of Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, but also the broader human search for meaning. Through the Magi and Brahmins, we see how the sacred role of the priest transcends the rituals and teachings they impart. It is the embodiment of a way of life that seeks to bring humanity into harmony with the divine and the cosmos. In their sacred work, they remind us that the path to understanding the divine is not merely intellectual, but deeply spiritual, requiring discipline, purity, and an unwavering commitment to the truth. In the ancient world, the clash between forces of good and evil, order and chaos, was a theme that echoed through the sacred stories and beliefs of many civilizations. For the Zoroastrians of Persia and the Hindus of India, this cosmic struggle became the lens through which the world was understood and humanity's role was defined. The dualism present in their spiritual teachings, embodied in the Zoroastrian concepts of Asha versus Druj and the Indian notions of Dharma versus Adharma, was not simply an abstract philosophical idea but a living, breathing reality that governed the actions, choices, and destinies of all beings. These forces were not just external entities or cosmic principles, they were imprinted in the very fabric of life, challenging every individual to choose a path, to align with one force or the other. In Zoroastrianism, the world is defined by a grand cosmic battle between Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, and Ahriman, the evil spirit. This struggle is embodied in the concepts of Asha and Druj. Asha, often translated as truth or righteousness, is not merely a moral guideline but a cosmic principle that governs the universe, ensuring harmony and order. It is the divine law that upholds the very fabric of existence. Those who follow Asha align themselves with the forces of light, truth, and justice, working to bring order to the chaos of the world. Asha represents all that is pure, just, and aligned with the will of Ahura Mazda. It is not just a set of rules but an active force that creates, sustains, and nurtures the world. On the other side stands Druj, the embodiment of falsehood, deception, and disorder. Druj is the force that seeks to unravel the fabric of the cosmos, spreading lies, chaos, and injustice wherever it can. To embrace Druj is to align oneself with the forces of darkness, with Ahriman's twisted version of the world. Druj is not simply evil in the abstract sense, it is the very force that disrupts the natural order, that brings destruction, disease, and suffering to the world. The struggle between Asha and Druj is not just a battle for the world, but a moral and spiritual battle within the hearts of all beings. Every decision, every action, is a choice between truth and falsehood, between righteousness and chaos. The Zoroastrian teachings urge individuals to live in accordance with Asha, to actively participate in the cosmic order, and to reject the deceptive forces of Druj that seek to corrupt and destroy. Similarly, in Hinduism, the principles of Dharma and Adharma guide the moral compass of life. Dharma, often translated as righteousness or moral duty, is the ethical framework that upholds the cosmic and societal order. It is the right path, the code of conduct that governs individual and collective life. Dharma is not a one-size-fits-all concept, but rather a set of duties and responsibilities that differ according to one's stage of life, caste, and circumstances. However, at its core, Dharma represents the alignment of one's actions with the divine law, the natural order that sustains life and ensures harmony in the world. To live according to Dharma is to fulfill one's responsibilities with integrity, to uphold justice, and to act in a way that promotes the well-being of all beings. But in every moment of life, there exists the temptation to stray from Dharma, to follow the path of Adharma, the opposite force that embodies unrighteousness, injustice, and chaos. Adharma is the force that leads individuals and societies away from the divine order, towards selfishness, corruption, and destruction. It is the principle of lawlessness, the moral decay that undermines the stability of both society and the cosmos. Adharma is not just a personal choice, but a force that can pervade entire communities and nations, leading them to disaster and ruin. In the Indian spiritual view, Adharma is a source of suffering, for it separates individuals from their true nature, leading them further into illusion and ignorance. The relationship between Dharma and Adharma is not simply one of external battle, but of inner conflict. In the same way that the Zoroastrian battle between Asha and Druj manifests in every human being's heart, the tension between Dharma and Adharma is a constant moral struggle. The choice to act righteously or unrighteously is never distant, it is always immediate, always present in the thoughts, words, and actions of individuals. Dharma may be the way of the righteous, but Adharma is often more seductive, promising short-term rewards, power, or ease, but leading ultimately to destruction. The cosmic battle between Asha and Druj, between Dharma and Adharma, is reflected not only in the personal choices of individuals but also in the collective life of society. In both the Zoroastrian and Hindu traditions, the societal order is built upon these principles, and the strength of a civilization is measured by how closely it aligns with the forces of righteousness. A society that follows Asha or Dharma is one that thrives, where justice, peace, and harmony prevail. But when Druj or Adharma take hold, corruption spreads, and chaos ensues. These spiritual laws are not abstract philosophies, they are guiding forces that affect every level of existence, personal, societal, and cosmic. Both traditions emphasize that this battle is not merely a distant mythological struggle but a lived reality. In Zoroastrianism, humans are seen as co-workers with Ahura Mazda, actively working to promote Asha in the world. Every act of truth, every gesture of kindness, every commitment to justice is seen as a victory in this cosmic battle. Similarly, in Hinduism, each person is called to follow their dharma, to fulfill their duty and live a righteous life. The ultimate goal in both systems is not just to defeat Druj or Adharma in some grand cosmic showdown, but to overcome them within oneself. It is through personal moral integrity, through actions aligned with divine order, that the forces of light and righteousness gain their strength. But the struggle is not without its difficulties. Life, in both the Persian and Indian traditions, is full of temptations, distractions, and moments of weakness. The forces of Druj and Adharma are not easily defeated, they persist, constantly pulling at the fabric of existence, threatening to unravel the moral order. But the teachings of both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism offer hope. By aligning with Asha and Dharma, by committing to the divine principles of truth, justice, and righteousness, individuals can contribute to the restoration of cosmic balance. In this struggle between light and dark, righteousness and chaos, the heart of the individual beats as a battleground. It is a battle that continues not just in the ancient tales of gods and heroes, but in the choices that every person makes every day. It is a call to stand with the forces of truth, to reject the forces of deceit, and to help weave the tapestry of order in a world too often torn by discord. The concept of the soul, its journey, and its ultimate fate has captivated human imagination for millennia. In both Persian and Indian traditions, the idea of life beyond death is not just a philosophical abstraction but a vital, living force that influences every aspect of existence. Yet, while the Persian and Indian views of the soul are rooted in a shared spiritual landscape, they take remarkably different paths when it comes to the soul's journey, particularly in the realm of reincarnation. In Zoroastrianism, the Persian view of the soul is tied to the cosmic struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. The soul is seen as inherently pure, created by the divine, yet it faces the challenge of navigating a world filled with temptations, distractions, and forces that seek to corrupt it. When a person dies, their soul's fate is determined by the choices they made during their lifetime. The ultimate goal for the Zoroastrian soul is to return to Ahura Mazda, to reunite with the divine source, but the journey is not as simple as ascending directly to the heavens. The soul's fate is decided by the deeds of the individual. Zoroastrian texts describe a posthumous judgment, where the soul is weighed on the scales of justice. The Chinvat Bridge, a bridge that stretches across the chasm of the afterlife, represents the moment of reckoning. Souls of the righteous, those who lived in accordance with Asha, cross the bridge easily, ascending to the bliss of paradise. But for those who have embraced Druj, the forces of chaos and evil, the journey is far more perilous. The soul falters and falls into the abyss, doomed to endure suffering. This judgment does not carry the idea of reincarnation. There is no cycle of rebirth. Instead, the soul's journey is final, leading either to a state of divine reunion or eternal separation. In Zoroastrianism, the goal is not to return and learn through multiple lives, but to live a life that will allow the soul to ascend to its rightful place in the afterlife, free from the distractions of this material world. The soul's ultimate purification, however, does not end with individual judgment. Zoroastrian eschatology contains the idea of a final cosmic purification, where all souls, regardless of their actions, will be redeemed. This eschatological cleansing is called frashokhariti, a final restoration of the world where all of creation is purified and brought back to the state of divine perfection. Even those souls that have fallen into the depths will be given a chance at redemption during this final act of cosmic renewal. The cycle of time will conclude with the soul's ultimate return to Ahura Mazda, where it will rest in eternal peace, free from the taint of evil. In India, however, the soul's journey is not fixed to a single lifetime. The concept of reincarnation is deeply embedded in the spiritual fabric of Hinduism. The soul, or Atman, is eternal, unchanging, and indestructible. It is a divine essence that transcends the physical body, moving from one life to the next in a never-ending cycle of birth, death, and rebirth known as samsara. The actions of an individual in their present life, whether righteous or unrighteous, determine their future birth. This process is governed by the law of karma, where every deed, thought, and action leaves an imprint on the soul, shaping its future destiny. For the soul in Hinduism, the cycle of reincarnation is both a burden and a blessing. It is a burden in the sense that the soul is trapped in a cycle of suffering, perpetually born into worlds that are marked by pain, loss, and impermanence. The body is seen as a temporary vessel, and the soul's true nature is not tied to the physical realm. This unending cycle is driven by avidya, ignorance, and desire, both of which keep the soul bound to the world of appearances. The soul, ignorant of its divine essence, is bound to the endless repetition of birth and death, its true purpose obscured by attachment to material things and fleeting pleasures. But this cycle is also a blessing, for it offers the soul countless opportunities for spiritual growth. With each new incarnation, the soul is given a chance to learn, to evolve, and to seek liberation. The Hindu view of reincarnation emphasizes that the soul's journey is one of learning, of gradual awakening to its true nature as part of the divine. Through multiple lives, the soul can accumulate wisdom, gradually overcoming ignorance and attachment, until it ultimately reaches enlightenment. The ultimate goal for the soul in Hinduism is to achieve moksha, liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. This is the state where the individual soul merges with the supreme consciousness, Brahman, transcending the limitations of the physical body and the material world. Achieving moksha is seen as the highest spiritual achievement, a return to the source, a reunion with the divine, where the soul is freed from the bondage of samsara forever. The path to moksha is not easy. It requires intense spiritual discipline, the cultivation of virtues like compassion, nonviolence, and truth, as well as the practice of meditation and self-inquiry. It involves the purification of the mind and the dissolution of the ego, the realization that the individual self is not separate from the divine. The teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, for example, guide individuals on the path to liberation, showing that through devotion, knowledge, and selfless action, the soul can transcend the cycle of reincarnation and merge with Brahman. While Zoroastrianism does not include the idea of reincarnation, there are certain similarities with Hinduism's view of the soul. Both traditions acknowledge the existence of a cosmic law that governs the soul's journey. In Zoroastrianism, it is the divine judgment that determines the soul's fate. In Hinduism, it is the law of karma. Both traditions emphasize the importance of living a righteous life, with the soul ultimately seeking reunion with the divine, either through purification and redemption in Zoroastrianism or through liberation in Hinduism. Yet, there is a fundamental difference in the view of the soul's journey. In Zoroastrianism, the soul's journey is a one-time affair, a passage from life to judgment, with no return. In Hinduism, the soul's journey is cyclical, offering multiple chances for growth, learning, and eventual liberation. The soul in Hinduism moves through a spiral of lives, each one a step closer to its true self, while the soul in Zoroastrianism follows a more linear path, seeking reunion with Ahura Mazda after a single life. In both traditions, however, the soul is seen as a divine spark, eternal and beyond the confines of the physical world. Its journey, whether cyclical or final, is one of spiritual awakening, purification, and reunion with the divine. The question of the soul's fate is not just a matter of afterlife, but a profound inquiry into the meaning of life itself. Whether through reincarnation or judgment, both traditions challenge the individual to live in harmony with the cosmic order, to seek truth, and to align with the divine in every thought, word, and deed. The soul's journey, in both Persian and Indian traditions, offers a vision of hope and redemption. It is a journey that is both personal and universal, one that calls upon every individual to seek a higher truth, to transcend the limitations of the material world, and to awaken to their divine nature. In the end, whether the soul ascends through a final purification or spirals toward liberation, its ultimate goal is the same: to return to the source, to the divine, and to find peace in the eternal embrace of the cosmos. morality and free will are two concepts that have shaped the spiritual and philosophical landscapes of countless civilizations. For the ancient peoples of Persia and India, these ideas were not merely theoretical discussions, they were foundational elements that determined the course of their lives, their choices, and their relationships with the divine. Both cultures recognized the importance of moral decision-making, the tension between good and evil, and the profound consequences of individual actions. And yet, despite these shared concerns, the way in which morality and free will are understood and practiced in Zoroastrianism and Hinduism reveals deep differences in how the soul's journey unfolds. In Zoroastrianism, morality is centered on the dualistic struggle between Asha, truth and righteousness, and Druj, falsehood and disorder. Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity, has created a world where humans are free to choose between these two opposing forces. But while free will is essential, it is not an open invitation to act without consequence. The choices an individual makes directly affect their soul's fate. Those who follow Asha, living in truth, justice, and purity, align themselves with the divine order, while those who give in to Druj, embracing lies, selfishness, and chaos, allow evil to take root in the world. This moral framework underscores the idea that free will is not just a gift, but a responsibility. Humans are entrusted with the ability to choose between right and wrong, but their choices are far from insignificant. In Zoroastrianism, morality is not about adhering to abstract philosophical principles, it is about the real, tangible consequences of one's actions. The choices you make in this life, how you treat others, how you live in accordance with the divine order, shape the destiny of your soul. The cosmic struggle between good and evil plays out not only in the heavens but on earth, through the actions of every individual. There is a clear distinction between right and wrong, and choosing the path of righteousness is seen as a means of restoring balance to the universe. The concept of free will is intimately tied to this moral framework. Free will in Zoroastrianism is not absolute or unconstrained, it is the freedom to choose between good and evil, between Asha and Druj. It is a moral choice that comes with weighty consequences. Ahura Mazda does not compel people to follow the path of righteousness, but rather offers guidance and support. The human soul is given the opportunity to align itself with the divine will, but it must do so voluntarily. This understanding of free will in Zoroastrianism makes moral action a deeply personal responsibility, a choice that will echo in the afterlife, where the soul will face judgment and either ascend to the realm of light or descend into the darkness. In contrast, Hinduism's view of morality and free will is embedded in the cyclical nature of life and reincarnation. Here, the soul is seen as eternal and bound to a series of lives, with each life offering a fresh opportunity to confront moral dilemmas and make decisions that affect the soul's evolution. The path of morality in Hinduism is guided by Dharma, a code of right conduct, righteousness, and ethical living that varies depending on an individual's age, caste, and social context. While Dharma provides a framework for moral behavior, free will in Hinduism is far more fluid and deeply connected to the concept of karma, the law of cause and effect that governs the universe. In Hindu thought, free will exists, but it is tempered by the weight of past actions. Karma is not just about individual choices, it is a cosmic law that influences all aspects of existence. The actions one takes in life, whether good or bad, create karmic imprints that will shape future incarnations. A person's current life, their circumstances, and their experiences are seen as the result of their past actions in previous lives. Free will in Hinduism, therefore, operates within the context of karma. While individuals have the ability to make moral choices, these choices are influenced by their past actions, desires, and attachments. The notion of free will is less about an absolute, unrestrained freedom and more about the opportunity to shape one's future destiny by acting in alignment with Dharma. This connection between morality, free will, and karma means that moral choices in Hinduism are not just isolated decisions, they are part of a much larger cycle of spiritual growth. Every action has repercussions not only in this life, but also in future lives. The goal of moral living in Hinduism is not just to follow a set of ethical guidelines, but to purify the soul, to work through the karmic entanglements that bind it to the material world. The process of spiritual evolution involves making choices that lead to moksha, liberation from the cycle of birth and rebirth. To reach this state of ultimate freedom, the soul must transcend the limitations of the ego and desires, aligning itself with the divine order. But Hinduism also acknowledges that moral choices are rarely simple or clear-cut. Dharma is not a rigid set of rules, it is a living, evolving concept that must be adapted to the complexities of each individual's life. The right course of action is not always obvious, and it may change depending on the situation. In the Bhagavad Gita, for example, Lord Krishna teaches Arjuna that one must act according to their own nature and duty, regardless of the apparent consequences. Even in the face of violence or conflict, the righteous path may sometimes involve actions that are difficult to understand. This recognition of moral ambiguity highlights the profound complexity of free will in Hinduism. It is not simply about choosing between good and evil in an abstract sense, but about navigating the complexities of life, understanding one's own nature, and acting in harmony with the divine order. In both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, morality is not just a set of external rules imposed upon individuals, but a deeply personal, inner journey that demands reflection, introspection, and conscious choice. Both systems recognize that free will is not without consequence. In Zoroastrianism, the cosmic battle between Asha and Druj requires individuals to align their actions with truth and righteousness, understanding that their choices have a direct impact on their soul's fate. In Hinduism, free will is framed within the larger context of karma, where moral actions influence the trajectory of the soul's evolution and its ultimate liberation. Both systems acknowledge that the path to spiritual freedom is not easy. In Zoroastrianism, the struggle between good and evil is an ever-present reality, with each individual called to choose the path of righteousness. In Hinduism, the soul's journey is marked by the need to balance the complexities of dharma with the weight of karma, to make decisions that move one closer to spiritual liberation. And yet, both traditions offer hope, for they suggest that through moral action, free will, and alignment with the divine, the soul can transcend the cycles of suffering and find peace. Whether through final judgment in Zoroastrianism or ultimate liberation in Hinduism. In the end, morality and free will are inseparable in both traditions. They are the forces that shape the soul's journey, guiding it through the complexities of life, and helping it toward its ultimate destiny, whether that means judgment, purification, or liberation. The choices we make, the actions we take, are never without weight, for they determine not only the course of our lives, but the fate of our souls. In the ancient worlds of Persia and India, bulls held a sacred, revered place in mythology and religious practice. They were seen as powerful symbols of divine energy, strength, and fertility, embodying the relationship between the human world and the cosmic order. Among the many sacred animals in these traditions, the bull stands out in its prominence, representing both earthly and celestial forces. The Persian and Indian mythologies each have their own sacred bull figures, Gavivodata in Zoroastrianism and Nandi in Hinduism, who are not merely animals but divine beings that hold profound significance in the spiritual and cosmic realms. Both of these bulls, although from different cultures and mythologies, are intertwined with the divine, serving as symbols of both creation and destruction, power and purity. In Zoroastrianism, the bull Gavivodata, often referred to as the bull of heaven, plays a pivotal role in the creation myth and the cosmic balance. Gavivodata is a central figure in the Avesta, the sacred text of Zoroastrianism, where the bull represents life itself, created by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god, to embody the principle of good. The bull is a symbol of prosperity, fertility, and strength. The creation of the bull is also intrinsically tied to the myth of the first man, Yima, whose rule over the earth is seen as a time of great abundance and happiness. Gavivodata, created by Ahura Mazda, is believed to have been an extraordinarily pure and powerful being, a divine animal whose very existence contributed to the flourishing of life on earth. However, the story of Gavivodata is also marked by tragedy. The bull's fate is entwined with the rise of Ahriman, the evil spirit, who introduces chaos and disorder into the world. Ahriman, unable to directly destroy the divine bull, manages to corrupt it, leading to its eventual death. The bull's death is seen as a catastrophic event, representing the fall from a state of divine purity and the onset of suffering. The bull's death sets off a chain of events in which the struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman plays out through the human experience, good versus evil, life versus destruction. The bull's role in this cosmic drama is a reminder of the ongoing battle between the forces of order and chaos, and how the purity of life is constantly under threat by the forces of darkness. But even in death, Gavavodata is not forgotten. The bull's death leads to a profound transformation. According to Zoroastrian eschatology, from the blood of the slain bull, new life arises, its body nourishes the earth, and from its remains, humanity receives the gift of the sacred drink, Hauma, a symbol of divine favor and strength. The bull's sacrifice, therefore, is not in vain. It is a sacrificial offering that serves as the source of further creation and spiritual sustenance, connecting the earth to the divine. In Hinduism, Nandi, the sacred bull of Lord Shiva, occupies a different but equally significant role in the mythological and religious framework. Nandi is not merely a symbol of fertility and strength, but is directly linked to Lord Shiva himself, representing devotion, loyalty, and purity. In many depictions, Nandi is portrayed as the faithful mount of Shiva, always by his side, symbolizing the unshakable bond between the deity and his devotees. Nandi is often shown as a white bull, signifying purity, and his connection to Shiva is an essential part of Shiva's divine role in the Hindu pantheon. The story of Nandi begins with a tale of intense devotion and loyalty. According to some versions of the myth, Nandi was a celestial being who, upon seeing Shiva for the first time, was so overwhelmed by the Lord's divine presence that he vowed eternal servitude to him. This act of devotion transformed Nandi into the bull that would accompany Shiva in all his endeavors. As Shiva's Vahana, vehicle, Nandi represents the path of righteousness that the devotee must follow to reach spiritual liberation. Nandi embodies the qualities of patience, service, and humility, and as Shiva's trusted companion, he is often seen as the guardian of the temple, protecting the sacred space from negative influences. Unlike Gavavodata, who plays a role in the cosmic order and is tragically killed as part of the eternal struggle between good and evil, Nandi's function in Hindu mythology is more focused on the devotional and meditative aspects of spiritual life. Nandi is often depicted as sitting at the entrance of Shiva temples, symbolizing the presence of Shiva. His posture is one of peaceful repose, with his gaze fixed on the divine, offering a constant reminder to devotees to remain focused on the divine path. Through his gaze, Nandi silently calls the worshipper to devotion and reminds them of the importance of loyalty, discipline, and single-mindedness in their quest for spiritual progress. However, much like Gavavodata, Nandi too has a connection to sacrifice and cosmic order. In certain texts, the bull is said to represent the primal energy of the universe. As a sacred being, Nandi is a symbol of the vital force that sustains the world, akin to the force of creation itself. He is also associated with fertility, and his presence in rituals and ceremonies is believed to ensure prosperity, peace, and spiritual growth. The relationship between Nandi and Shiva reflects the idea of divine grace, where the bull becomes a conduit for blessings and spiritual progress, a symbol of the divine's unceasing support for humanity. The sacred bulls of Gavavodata and Nandi also highlight the interconnectedness of life, nature, and the divine in both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism. In the case of Gavavodata, the bull's death is a profound event that marks both the loss and the continuity of life. Through its sacrifice, the world continues to turn, and life continues to flourish, even amid destruction and chaos. In Hinduism, Nandi embodies a different aspect of life, devotion and service. His role as Shiva's mount and companion emphasizes the importance of devotion to the divine as a means of navigating the challenges of the world and finding spiritual liberation. Both figures, in their own ways, reflect a profound truth about the human condition, that life is a delicate balance of creation and destruction, devotion and sacrifice, loyalty and divine service. Through the stories of Gavavodata and Nandi, we are reminded of the deep interconnection between the sacred and the mortal, the divine and the earthly, and the sacrifices required to maintain harmony in the cosmos. Whether through the tragic death of the Persian bull or the eternal devotion of the Hindu bull, these sacred beings offer insight into the delicate balance between destruction and creation, between divine will and human devotion. Their stories continue to resonate across time, reminding us of the ever-present role of the sacred in our lives and the power of devotion and sacrifice in the face of the divine. At the heart of both Persian and Indian mythologies stands a towering symbol, a sacred tree that bridges the divine and the earthly, the eternal and the transient. These cosmic trees, Gayokarina in Zoroastrianism and Kalpavriksha in Hinduism, are more than just mere vegetation. They are symbols of life, renewal, and divine abundance, standing tall in their respective traditions as the axis around which the cosmic order revolves. Both trees represent the idea of a universal source, a point where heaven and earth meet, offering nourishment, immortality, and blessings to those who are worthy. And yet, despite their shared symbolism, the stories surrounding these trees are unique, shaped by the cultures and beliefs from which they spring. In Zoroastrianism, Gayokarina is the mythical tree that embodies the essence of purity, wisdom, and immortality. According to the Avesta, the holy text of Zoroastrianism, Gayokarina stands in the heavenly realm, directly created by Ahura Mazda, the supreme god. This tree is not just any tree, it is the cosmic tree that holds within it the divine power to sustain all of creation. Its fruit, when consumed, bestows immortality and is the key to eternal life. Gayokarina is the heart of the Zoroastrian paradise, a symbol of spiritual perfection and divine order. The tree grows in the celestial realm, but it has its roots in the physical world, its branches extending to the very fabric of the universe, connecting the sacred with the mundane. In the Zoroastrian tradition, Gayokarina is also linked to the idea of Frashokhariti, the final renovation of the world, where evil will be eradicated and the world will be renewed. In this eschatological vision, the tree plays a crucial role in the ultimate restoration of cosmic balance. It is believed that after the end of time, when all souls have been purified, Gayokarina will be brought down to earth, where it will flourish once again in a world free from the taint of evil. The fruit of this tree will be shared among all, granting them eternal life and a renewed connection to the divine. The idea of Gayokarina as a cosmic tree is not just a symbol of divine grace and nourishment, it also represents the hope of a restored world, where the struggles of life give way to eternal peace and divine harmony. The imagery of Gayokarina is deeply tied to the Zoroastrian conception of the world as a battleground between good and evil. The tree is an image of purity, its fruit representing the culmination of righteousness in a world struggling against the forces of darkness. It stands as a beacon of divine hope, symbolizing that despite the chaos and suffering in the world, there exists a path toward renewal and ultimate redemption. In the myth of Gayokarina, there is a promise that, through spiritual devotion and purity, humans can eventually partake in the divine and the eternal, transcending the cycles of death and rebirth. In Hinduism, the Kalpavriksha tree shares similar qualities, though its role is rooted in a different cosmic context. The Kalpavriksha, often referred to as the wish-fulfilling tree, is a divine and sacred tree that grants any wish to those who seek its blessings. Like Gayokarina, Kalpavriksha is a symbol of abundance, divine favor, and nourishment. The tree's fruit represents the fulfillment of desires, spiritual, material, and emotional, and it is often seen as a source of prosperity. In Hindu mythology, the Kalpavriksha is associated with the gods and often appears in stories of divine gifts, blessings, and boons. The Kalpavriksha is said to have originated from the churning of the ocean, a mythological event known as Samudra Manthan, where the gods and demons worked together to churn the primordial ocean to obtain the nectar of immortality, or Amrita. Among the many treasures that emerged from the churning was the Kalpavriksha, a tree that stood as a symbol of divine bounty and the interconnectedness of the heavens and the earth. It is often depicted as growing in the heavenly realms, at the feet of the gods, or in paradise, where it grants its blessings to those worthy of its gifts. In Hindu tradition, the Kalpavriksha is not just about the fulfillment of desires in a material sense, it also holds spiritual significance. It represents the abundance of the universe, the idea that the divine can provide for all aspects of existence, physical, emotional, and spiritual. The tree embodies the concept of dharma, the righteous path, which is the ultimate source of all blessings and fulfillment. By following dharma, one gains access to the Kalpavriksha's gifts, which can help the devotee along their spiritual path. In this way, the tree is a reminder that divine favor comes through purity of heart and dedication to a life of virtue. Much like Geokarina, the Kalpavriksha is deeply entwined with ideas of immortality and divine grace. Both trees serve as symbols of spiritual renewal, immortality, and the connection between the human soul and the divine. However, while Geokarina focuses on the cosmic battle between good and evil and the eventual restoration of a perfect world, the Kalpavriksha is more directly tied to the cyclical nature of life, where each individual has the chance to fulfill their desires and achieve their goals within the broader cosmic order. It is a tree that offers hope for both the material and spiritual realms, providing sustenance for the body and soul alike. In both traditions, these trees, Geokarina and Kalpavriksha, hold a place of immense spiritual significance, transcending their roles as mere plants. They are living embodiments of divine order, offering their gifts to those who are worthy. They represent the intersection of the earthly and the divine, where human beings can access blessings, immortality, and divine grace. Yet, as with all powerful symbols, they also remind us of the impermanence of life and the need to live in harmony with the divine. Whether it is through the fruit of Geokarina, which promises eternal life in a purified world, or the blessings of Kalpavriksha, which fulfill desires and offer spiritual enlightenment, these trees serve as bridges to the divine, showing us the path toward a life that is both abundant and aligned with cosmic harmony. And so, the cosmic trees stand, unwavering and eternal, their roots deep in the earth, their branches reaching for the heavens. They represent the promise of divine nourishment, the hope of immortality, and the never-ending flow of blessings from the divine. In their shadows, humanity finds both solace and inspiration, knowing that the universe itself is a garden of abundance, where the seeds of goodness can take root and flourish. Through the stories of Geokarina and Kalpavriksha, we are reminded that the divine is always within reach, waiting to grant us its gifts, if only we are worthy of its favor. In the heart of both Persian and Indian mythologies, mountains serve as the grandiose and awe-inspiring meeting points of the earthly and the divine. These towering, majestic peaks are not merely geographical features, they are sacred realms, embodying the divine's power, presence, and mystery. They are where gods and mortals interact, where the boundaries between the human world and the cosmos blur. In both the Zoroastrian and Hindu traditions, mountains are deeply symbolic, representing spiritual ascent, cosmic order, and divine revelation. These sacred geographies are not just physical spaces, they are portals to higher truths, realms where the divine is closest to the mortal plane. In Persian mythology, the sacred mountain Mount Alborz occupies a central place in the cosmic order. It is no ordinary mountain. Alborz is seen as the axis of the world, a towering peak where the heavens meet the earth. This mountain is not only a geographical location but also a spiritual and cosmological symbol, holding immense importance in Zoroastrian thought. According to the Avesta, the sacred texts of Zoroastrianism, Alborz is the home of the divine, the dwelling place of the gods and the sacred fire, Atar, which is worshipped as the embodiment of Ahura Mazda's eternal presence. At the summit of this mountain is said to be the throne of the supreme god, Ahura Mazda, from where he oversees the balance of the universe. Mount Alborz is also deeply connected to the myth of Yima, the first man in Zoroastrianism, who, according to the myth, is said to have created an idyllic paradise on earth that existed on the slopes of this sacred mountain. This paradise, untouched by death and suffering, was a world of purity, abundance, and divine grace. Alborz, thus, represents the ideal state of the world, where divine order reigns and humanity lives in perfect harmony with nature. But just as the mountain's summit is close to the heavens, it also serves as a reminder of the fallen state of the world, when evil forces, represented by Ahriman, the spirit of chaos, seek to bring destruction to the perfection of Alborz. The mountain's sacred geography plays a pivotal role in Zoroastrian eschatology. It is believed that in the final renovation of the world, Frashokharidi, Alborz will play a crucial role in the restoration of order. As the forces of good triumph over evil, Alborz will once again become the seat of divine light and purity, bringing an end to the cycles of corruption and chaos. Through its lofty peaks and divine connections, Alborz symbolizes the promise of renewal, a return to a world of divine balance and peace. Similarly, in Hinduism, mountains are central to both the spiritual geography and the mythological narratives. Among the most sacred of these mountains is Mount Meru, which holds an equally significant place in Hindu cosmology as Mount Alborz does in Zoroastrianism. Meru is not merely a physical mountain, it is the center of the universe, the axis around which all creation revolves. According to Hindu cosmological texts, Mount Meru stands at the very heart of the universe, the highest point in the world, above which only the gods reside. It is from the peak of Meru that the divine orders of the cosmos emanate, and it is where the gods perform their most important rituals. Meru is surrounded by a complex, multi-layered world, representing the different planes of existence. The base of the mountain is said to be surrounded by the oceans and continents, which are inhabited by immortal beings. As one ascends the mountain, they pass through realms of increasing divinity, with the summit being the abode of the gods, a sacred and untouchable place. This geography reflects the journey of the soul, from the material world to the divine, a path of spiritual ascent that mirrors the rise of the soul toward enlightenment and liberation. Another important mountain in Hinduism is Mount Kailash, revered as the abode of Lord Shiva, one of the principal deities of the Hindu pantheon. Kailash is considered not only a physical mountain in the Himalayas, but also a spiritual center, representing the cosmic pillar that connects the earth to the heavens. Kailash is unique in Hindu thought because it is believed to be the gateway to spiritual liberation, a sacred space that holds the key to the highest state of enlightenment. Pilgrims from across the world make the arduous journey to Kailash, seeking to purify themselves and achieve spiritual awakening through the mountain's sanctity. Much like Alborz, Kailash serves as a symbol of divine presence and cosmic order. It is on the slopes of Kailash that Lord Shiva is said to meditate in eternal peace, surrounded by the elements of nature. Kailash's significance is not only spiritual but also geographical, as it is believed that the energy of the mountain nourishes the entire planet. In Hindu cosmology, the very presence of Kailash is seen as a stabilizing force for the world, maintaining the balance between creation, preservation, and destruction. Mountains in both traditions also serve as the sites for divine revelations, the places where gods descend to earth and reveal their truths to humanity. In Zoroastrianism, the sacred mountain is where Ahura Mazda's wisdom is revealed, and in Hinduism, it is where sages and gods often descend to bestow their knowledge and blessings. The sacred geography of these mountains connects the divine to the human, offering a space where mortals can come into contact with the eternal truths of the universe. The mountains in both cultures also reflect the idea of spiritual ascent, the journey from the mundane to the divine. Whether it is the quest for wisdom and divine favor at the peak of Alborz or the pilgrimage to Kailash seeking liberation, the journey up the mountain represents the path of purification, inner growth, and the pursuit of ultimate truth. The higher one climbs, the closer they are to the divine. In both traditions, the climb is not just a physical one but also a spiritual journey, one that requires devotion, discipline, and humility. Mountains also provide a space where divine beings engage in cosmic battles. In Zoroastrianism, the struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman plays out not only in the human world but also in the spiritual realms, with the mountains often serving as the battleground for these forces. Similarly, in Hindu mythology, the mountains are sites of divine conflicts, where gods battle demons for control of the cosmos. These mountain ranges are metaphors for the inner struggles of the human soul, reflecting the challenge of achieving balance and enlightenment in a world full of distractions and difficulties. As towering symbols of the divine and sacred geography, the mountains of Alborz and Meru transcend their physical forms to become universal symbols of the cosmos itself. They represent the link between heaven and earth, the material and the spiritual, the divine and the mortal. They are reminders that the journey toward the divine is a path of struggle and ascension, a climb that leads not only to the heights of the physical world but also to the highest planes of spiritual understanding. These sacred mountains stand tall as eternal beacons of hope, guiding humanity toward a deeper connection with the divine order that governs all of creation. The Achaemenid Empire and Vedic India represent two of the most significant civilizations of the ancient world, flourishing side by side during a period marked by rich cultural, political, and spiritual exchanges. These interactions were not merely the result of geographic proximity, they were deeply rooted in a shared Indo-Iranian heritage and facilitated by the vibrant trade, conquest, and diplomacy of the Achaemenid era. This historical convergence laid the groundwork for profound influences that would echo across centuries, shaping the political, religious, and cultural landscapes of both civilizations. The Achaemenid Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great in the 6th century BCE, was one of the largest and most sophisticated empires of the ancient world. Stretching from the Indus Valley in the east to the Aegean Sea in the west, its reach encompassed a vast diversity of peoples, languages, and traditions. On its eastern frontier lay Vedic India, a region characterized by the rise of kingdoms and the flourishing of the Vedic culture, centered around the sacred hymns of the Rigveda, intricate rituals, and the emergence of complex societal structures. The meeting of these two worlds was not a clash, but rather a dynamic exchange, as the imperial policies of the Achaemenids sought to incorporate rather than suppress the cultures they governed. One of the earliest and most tangible connections between the Achaemenids and Vedic India was forged through the annexation of the Indus Valley region, including the territories of Gandhara, Sindh, and parts of Punjab, into the Achaemenid Empire. This region, known in Persian inscriptions as Hindush, became a satrapy, province, under Achaemenid rule. While the Achaemenids were primarily concerned with securing tribute and manpower from their provinces, the relationship between the rulers and the ruled facilitated significant cultural exchanges. Gandhara, already a crossroads of trade and ideas, became a vital conduit for the transmission of Persian administrative practices, art, and architecture into the Indian subcontinent. The governance system introduced by the Achaemenids in the eastern provinces was a model of efficiency and centralization. Persian satraps administered these regions with a degree of autonomy, yet they were closely linked to the imperial center in Persepolis. This administrative structure influenced the emerging polities of Vedic India, particularly in how kingdoms began to consolidate power and organize their bureaucracies. The influence of Persian models can be seen in the later Mauryan Empire, where a highly organized administrative system became one of its hallmarks. It is likely that this inspiration can be traced back to the Achaemenid practices observed in the Indus Valley. Trade flourished under Achaemenid rule, connecting the markets of India with those of Central Asia, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean. Commodities such as textiles, spices, gemstones, and precious metals moved along these trade routes, fostering economic integration and cultural interaction. Indian ivory and cotton found their way into Persian markets, while Persian silver coins and luxury goods became familiar in Indian trade centers. This economic interdependence not only enriched both civilizations but also facilitated the exchange of ideas, technologies, and artistic motifs. Art and architecture were among the most visible manifestations of this exchange. The Achaemenid Empire's emphasis on monumental architecture and intricate decorative styles found resonance in the Indian subcontinent. Gandhara, in particular, became a melting pot where Persian, Greek, and Indian artistic traditions merged. The influence of Achaemenid art is evident in the use of animal motifs, floral patterns, and column structures, which would later appear in Indian architectural forms. The stylistic fusion that began during this period laid the groundwork for the later Gandhara school of art, a unique synthesis of Hellenistic and Indian styles. Religion and spiritual thought also traversed the boundaries between the Achaemenid Empire and Vedic India. The shared Indo-Iranian heritage of the two civilizations meant that their religious traditions bore remarkable similarities. Zoroastrianism, the dominant faith of the Achaemenid rulers, shared common roots with Vedic Hinduism in the ancient Indo-Iranian pantheon. Deities such as Mitra, and Varuna, which appear in both Zoroastrian and Vedic texts, underscore this shared lineage. These religious connections fostered a mutual recognition of spiritual ideas, even as the two traditions evolved along distinct trajectories. The Achaemenids also played a role in shaping the broader intellectual landscape of the region. Under the rule of Darius I and his successors, the empire became a hub of knowledge, where scientific, astronomical, and medical ideas circulated freely. Indian scholars, with their rich tradition of mathematical and astronomical inquiry, may have engaged with their Persian counterparts in these exchanges. While much of this interaction is speculative due to limited historical records, the overlap in certain astronomical concepts and calendrical systems hints at the possibility of mutual influence. Perhaps one of the most significant outcomes of the Achaemenid presence in the region was the forging of a cultural identity that transcended borders. The Persian kings did not seek to homogenize their empire, but rather celebrated its diversity, incorporating the customs and traditions of their subject peoples into the imperial framework. This policy of inclusivity resonated in Vedic India, where the idea of a dharmic order, an overarching principle of cosmic and social harmony, aligned with the Persian emphasis on asha, or truth and order. The military campaigns of the Achaemenids in the eastern provinces also left a legacy that would echo in the strategic and martial traditions of Indian kingdoms. The introduction of advanced warfare techniques, including the use of war elephants, is often attributed to the interactions between Persian forces and the armies of the subcontinent. The Persian appreciation for disciplined, well-organized armies influenced the way Indian rulers approached the art of war, paving the way for the rise of powerful empires like the Maurya and Gupta dynasties. As the Achaemenid Empire began to decline in the face of Alexander the Great's conquests, the connections between Persia and India did not fade. Instead, they evolved, absorbed into the new Hellenistic world order. Yet, the foundations laid during the Achaemenid period continued to shape the trajectory of Indian history, influencing its art, governance, and cultural identity. The echoes of this ancient interaction are still felt today, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Achaemenid Empire and its early encounters with Vedic India. In the vibrant tapestry of ancient history, the Achaemenid-Vedic interaction stands as a reminder of the power of cultural exchange, of how civilizations, when brought into contact, can enrich and transform one another. The Indus winds carried more than trade goods, they bore ideas, traditions, and shared dreams of prosperity, leaving a legacy that shaped the destinies of both Persia and India for generations to come. The arrival of Alexander the Great in the East was a turning point in the history of Indo-Persian interactions. His campaigns brought not only war but also a profound and enduring cultural exchange that reshaped the ancient world. While Alexander's conquests are often framed in terms of military triumph and empire building, their deeper legacy lies in the bridges they forged between civilizations, particularly Persia and India. The cultural, intellectual, and artistic syncretism that emerged from Alexander's campaign was both a consequence of his ambitions and a reflection of the interconnectedness of these great regions. Alexander's invasion of the Persian Empire in 334 BCE was swift and decisive. The Achaemenid dynasty, which had long dominated the East, crumbled under the weight of his military prowess. By the time he reached the easternmost provinces of the empire, Alexander was not just a conqueror, he was an inheritor of the vast and diverse Achaemenid legacy. Among these provinces was the satrapy of Hindush, encompassing parts of the Indian subcontinent, which brought Alexander to the threshold of Vedic India. The crossing of the Hindu-Kush mountains and the Indus River marked Alexander's entry into a world steeped in ancient traditions and rich cultural complexity. His campaign into India, though brief, was transformative. Alexander's army encountered Indian rulers like King Porus, whose formidable resistance in the Battle of the Hydaspes River left an indelible impression on the Macedonian king. While Porus was defeated, Alexander's admiration for his courage and governance led to an alliance rather than subjugation. This approach underscored Alexander's broader strategy, integrating rather than annihilating the cultures he encountered. Alexander's encounters with Indian rulers and scholars opened avenues for intellectual exchange. Greek historians accompanying his campaign documented Indian customs, beliefs, and governance with a sense of wonder. These accounts became some of the earliest written records of Indian society accessible to the West, shaping Greek and later European perceptions of India. The fascination was mutual. Indian scholars and rulers observed the Greeks as much as they were observed, laying the groundwork for cross-cultural dialogue. One of the most significant outcomes of Alexander's campaigns was the fusion of artistic and architectural traditions. Persian influences, already present in regions like Gandhara due to the Achaemenid presence, were now combined with Greek styles, giving rise to the Hellenistic art that would flourish in this region. Gandhara became a crucible for cultural synthesis, where Greek realism merged with Indian spirituality. The resulting Gandhara school of art is one of the most vivid testaments to the cultural exchange initiated by Alexander. This artistic style, with its depictions of Buddhist themes rendered in a Greco-Roman aesthetic, would go on to influence Buddhist art across Asia. Alexander's establishment of cities along his campaign routes, including Alexandria on the Indus, served as hubs for trade, governance, and cultural exchange. These cities were not merely outposts, they were melting pots where Greek settlers, Persian administrators, and Indian traders coexisted, sharing ideas and traditions. Greek coinage introduced in these cities featured inscriptions in multiple languages, reflecting the multilingual and multicultural nature of the society Alexander envisioned. Religion and philosophy were also areas where Alexander's campaign catalyzed exchange. Indian concepts of dharma and asceticism intrigued Greek philosophers, while Indian sages, known as gymnosophists, fascinated Alexander and his entourage. These ascetics, with their emphasis on spiritual discipline and renunciation, resonated with certain Greek philosophical schools, particularly the Stoics. The mutual curiosity between Indian and Greek thinkers planted seeds of intellectual cross-pollination that would bear fruit in the centuries to come. The political ramifications of Alexander's campaign were equally profound. The power vacuum left by his departure from the subcontinent catalyzed the rise of the Maurya Empire, one of the most significant empires in Indian history. Chandragupta Maurya, the founder of this dynasty, is believed to have been inspired by the administrative systems of the Achaemenids and the political strategies observed during Alexander's time. His alliance with Seleucus I, one of Alexander's successors, further underscores the continued interaction between the Greek and Indian worlds even after Alexander's death. Alexander's campaign also facilitated the movement of goods and ideas along newly opened trade routes. The exchange of commodities such as spices, textiles, and gemstones was accompanied by the spread of technologies and scientific knowledge. Greek astronomical and mathematical knowledge made its way to India, while Indian advancements in medicine and metallurgy intrigued the Hellenistic world. These exchanges enriched both civilizations and expanded their horizons. Despite the brevity of Alexander's Indian campaign, its cultural and historical implications were far-reaching. His vision of a unified world, where East and West coexisted and enriched one another, was realized not through conquest, but through the cultural interactions he set in motion. The Indo-Persian ties that emerged from this period were marked by a unique blend of traditions, a shared heritage that transcended borders and bridged continents. In the wake of Alexander's death in 323 BCE, his empire fragmented, but the cultural and intellectual exchanges he catalyzed endured. The Seleucid Empire in Persia and the Mauryan Empire in India became the inheritors of this shared legacy, fostering a period of unprecedented interaction between these regions. Greek, Persian, and Indian influences interwove to create a rich tapestry of art, thought, and commerce that would shape the ancient world for generations. Alexander's campaigns were not just the story of a conqueror marching across continents, they were the story of a world brought closer together, of civilizations learning from one another and finding common ground in their diversity. The echoes of his era resonate in the enduring connections between the cultures of Persia, India, and the broader Hellenistic world, a testament to the transformative power of cultural exchange. The Kushan Empire, which flourished between the 1st and 3rd centuries CE, serves as a vital chapter in the story of cultural and religious interactions between Persia and India. This empire, straddling Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent, acted as a bridge connecting diverse traditions, including Zoroastrianism. The Kushan rulers, particularly Kanishk the Great, presided over a period of vibrant syncretism, where Zoroastrian influences intermingled with Indian religious and philosophical systems, leaving enduring traces in Indian kingdoms. The origins of the Kushans can be traced to the Yuezhi, a nomadic tribe from the steppes of Central Asia. After conquering the Greco-Bactrian kingdom, they established a vast empire that stretched from modern-day Uzbekistan to northern India. Positioned at the crossroads of major trade routes, including the Silk Road, the Kushan Empire became a melting pot of Persian, Hellenistic, Indian, and Central Asian cultures. Among the many traditions they inherited and propagated was Zoroastrianism, the ancient faith of Persia, which played a significant role in shaping the religious landscape of the empire. One of the most direct ways Zoroastrianism influenced India during the Kushan period was through iconography and symbolism. The Kushan rulers adopted Zoroastrian motifs and deities on their coinage and art. Fire altars, a central feature of Zoroastrian worship, frequently appeared on Kushan coins, signifying the empire's reverence for fire as a sacred element. This imagery was not confined to Central Asia but found its way into the Indian subcontinent, particularly in regions under Kushan rule, such as Punjab and Gandhara. The Zoroastrian emphasis on fire as a purifier and a symbol of divine presence resonated with Indian traditions, where fire rituals, yajnas, held similar significance. This shared reverence for fire created a conceptual bridge between the two cultures, fostering a degree of mutual respect and understanding. Temples and altars dedicated to fire, reminiscent of Zoroastrian fire temples, began to appear in regions influenced by the Kushans, blurring the lines between Zoroastrian and Indian practices. The Kushan rulers themselves embraced a syncretic approach to religion, incorporating Zoroastrian, Buddhist, and Hindu elements into their governance and culture. Kanishk the Great, perhaps the most renowned Kushan emperor, is known for his patronage of Buddhism. However, inscriptions and coinage from his reign also revealed his association with Zoroastrianism. Deities such as Mitra, associated with the sun, and Ahura Mazda, the supreme god in Zoroastrianism, appeared alongside Indian and Hellenistic gods, showcasing the Kushan's inclusive religious outlook. Mitra, in particular, serves as a fascinating link between Zoroastrian and Indian traditions. Known as Mitra in Vedic literature, this deity of contracts and cosmic order shared striking similarities with his Zoroastrian counterpart. The Kushan adoption of Mitra reinforced the shared Indo-Iranian roots of these traditions and reintroduced Zoroastrian elements into the Indian cultural milieu. Temples and shrines dedicated to solar deities, inspired by Mithraic worship, began to emerge in Kushan-controlled territories, blending Persian and Indian architectural styles. Another significant aspect of Zoroastrian influence was the emphasis on dualism and moral order. The Zoroastrian worldview, centered on the eternal struggle between Asha, truth, and Druj, falsehood, paralleled the Indian concepts of dharma, righteousness, and adharma, unrighteousness. This philosophical overlap found expression in the art, literature, and religious practices of the Kushan period, where themes of cosmic balance and ethical responsibility were prominent. The Gandhara region, a cultural hub under the Kushans, became a focal point for this syncretic exchange. Here, Zoroastrian, Buddhist, and Hindu influences converged to produce a unique artistic and spiritual heritage. The Gandhara school of art, renowned for its Greco-Buddhist sculptures, also bore traces of Zoroastrian iconography, particularly in depictions of celestial beings and ritualistic scenes. This fusion of styles and themes underscored the interconnectedness of the Kushan Empire's diverse cultural influences. Zoroastrianism's impact on Indian kingdoms extended beyond the Kushan era. The Sasanian Empire, which succeeded the Parthians in Persia and shared cultural ties with the Kushans, maintained contact with Indian rulers. The Sasanians reinforced Zoroastrian traditions and continued to influence Indian art, coinage, and religious practices. The concept of the divine king, central to Zoroastrian and Persian ideology, found echoes in Indian royal traditions, where rulers were often regarded as representatives of cosmic order. Trade along the Silk Road further facilitated the dissemination of Zoroastrian ideas into India. Merchants, scholars, and pilgrims traveling between Persia and India carried with them not only goods, but also stories, philosophies, and religious practices. Fire temples, though primarily associated with Zoroastrianism, became familiar to Indian travelers and traders, who incorporated elements of these rituals into their own spiritual practices. While Zoroastrianism did not establish itself as a dominant religion in India, its influence can be seen in subtle yet profound ways. The shared Indo-Iranian heritage, reinforced by the Kushan Empire's syncretic policies, ensured that Zoroastrian ideas were woven into the cultural fabric of northern India. Concepts of divine justice, cosmic order, and the sanctity of fire, central to Zoroastrianism, resonated deeply with Indian traditions and left an enduring legacy. The Kushan Empire stands as a testament to the power of cultural exchange and the enduring impact of Zoroastrianism on the Indian subcontinent. Its rulers, with their inclusive approach to governance and religion, created an environment where diverse traditions could coexist and enrich one another. The traces of Zoroastrian influence in Indian art, philosophy, and rituals are a reminder of this vibrant period of interaction, where boundaries blurred and civilizations grew stronger through their connections. The Sasanian Empire in Persia, 224 to 651 CE, and the Gupta Empire in India, circa 320 to 550 CE, represented two of the most illustrious golden ages of their respective civilizations. Though separated by geography, their timelines overlapped, and both empires flourished as cultural, intellectual, and economic powerhouses. The parallels between the Sasanian and Gupta periods are striking, not only in their governance and cultural achievements, but also in their shared philosophies and artistic expressions, which were deeply influenced by the Indo-Iranian legacy of interaction. The Sasanian dynasty rose to power by reasserting Zoroastrianism as the state religion of Persia, reviving the grandeur of the Achaemenid era. Similarly, the Gupta Empire marked a resurgence of Hindu culture and philosophy, emphasizing the Dharmic order. Both empires derived their strength from a blend of centralized administration, religious endorsement, and cultural patronage, positioning themselves as custodians of their respective traditions. Yet, these traditions were never insular. They thrived on the exchange of ideas and influences, often through trade and diplomatic channels. Trade routes, particularly the Silk Road and maritime routes across the Indian Ocean, connected the Sasanian and Gupta realms. These routes were conduits for goods, luxurious textiles, spices, precious metals, and jewels, as well as ideas, religious beliefs, and artistic styles. Persian merchants were frequent visitors to Indian ports, while Indian traders and monks traveled westward into Persia and beyond. This constant exchange led to a remarkable convergence of cultural motifs, particularly in art, architecture, and literature. One of the most profound areas of parallel development was in royal ideology and the concept of kingship. In both empires, rulers were seen as divinely sanctioned leaders, upholding cosmic order. The Sasanian monarchs were often depicted as Shahanshah, King of Kings, chosen by Ahura Mazda, the supreme deity of Zoroastrianism. Similarly, Gupta rulers were referred to as Chakravartins, universal sovereigns endorsed by divine will. This sacred kingship was visually reinforced in their coinage and inscriptions, where rulers were portrayed as larger-than-life figures embodying both political and spiritual authority. Coinage itself is a fascinating point of comparison. The Sasanians were renowned for their silver coins, which often depicted fire altars and royal busts, underscoring their Zoroastrian faith and imperial grandeur. Gupta coins, on the other hand, frequently featured Hindu deities and inscriptions extolling the virtues of the king. Yet, there were notable stylistic borrowings between the two traditions. For instance, the depiction of royal busts and the emphasis on regal symbolism suggest a shared aesthetic that may have been influenced by earlier Indo-Greek and Kushan traditions. Religious interactions between the two empires were equally significant. Zoroastrianism, with its emphasis on dualism and moral order, found conceptual resonance in Hindu and Buddhist philosophies. Gupta India, known for its religious pluralism, became a center for Buddhist learning, attracting Persian and Central Asian monks seeking enlightenment. Meanwhile, traces of Buddhist influence reached Persia, as evidenced by the remains of Buddhist monasteries along trade routes connecting the two regions. Art and architecture during these periods reflect a synthesis of styles that transcended borders. Sasanian art, characterized by intricate motifs, monumental rock reliefs, and stucco decorations, emphasized grandeur and symmetry. Gupta art, renowned for its elegance and spiritual depth, focused on the human form, often in depictions of deities and mythical scenes. Despite their differences, both traditions displayed a shared love for detailed craftsmanship and symbolic representation. In regions like Gandhara, which lay at the crossroads of these empires, one finds art that seamlessly blends Persian, Indian, and Hellenistic elements, a testament to the vibrant cultural exchange of the time. Literature and intellectual pursuits flourished in both empires, with enduring legacies. The Sasanians were known for preserving and expanding Zoroastrian texts, particularly the Avesta, while also translating works of Greek and Indian origin into Pahlavi, the Middle Persian language. The Gupta period, often called the classical age of Sanskrit literature, produced masterpieces like Kalidas's Shakuntala and Aryabhata's treatises on mathematics and astronomy. The mutual admiration for learning and scholarship ensured that texts, ideas, and innovations crossed imperial boundaries, enriching both civilizations. Another striking parallel lies in their legal and administrative systems. Both the Sasanian and Gupta empires relied on a well-organized bureaucracy to govern vast and diverse territories. Sasanian law was heavily influenced by Zoroastrian ethics, emphasizing justice, truth, and moral order. Similarly, Gupta law was rooted in dharmic principles, as codified in texts like the Manusmriti. The emphasis on justice and governance as reflections of divine will was central to the political philosophies of both empires. The influence of the Sasanian and Gupta periods extended beyond their immediate territories, shaping the cultural landscapes of neighboring regions. The Sasanians exerted considerable influence over Central Asia, where Zoroastrianism mingled with local traditions, while the Gupta Empire's achievements in art, science, and religion left an indelible mark on Southeast Asia. These ripple effects underscore the interconnectedness of ancient civilizations and the role of these two empires as cultural superpowers. Despite their eventual decline, the Sasanians falling to the Arab conquest and the Guptas succumbing to internal strife and external invasions, their legacies endured. The cultural and intellectual exchanges facilitated by these empires laid the groundwork for subsequent periods of interaction between Persia and India, shaping the medieval and early modern histories of both regions. The Sasanian and Gupta periods stand as golden ages not only for their own civilizations but for the broader tapestry of human history. Their shared commitment to cultural patronage, religious development, and intellectual inquiry created a legacy of interconnectedness that continues to inspire admiration and study. Through their parallel achievements and mutual influences, they exemplified the enduring power of cultural exchange in enriching human civilization. Manichaeism, founded by the Persian prophet Mani in the 3rd century CE, was a religion of profound dualism, emphasizing the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. Though originating in the Sasanian Empire, Mani's teachings quickly transcended borders, finding resonance across the vast terrains of Central Asia, the Roman Empire, and even the Indian subcontinent. The intersection of Manichaean ideas with Indian thought reveals a fascinating blend of philosophies and shared spiritual concerns, illuminating the deep interconnectedness of ancient religious traditions. Mani referred to himself as the Apostle of Light and positioned his teachings as a universal synthesis of earlier faiths. Drawing from Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and Buddhism, he crafted a theology that emphasized the cosmic battle between light and darkness. In India, where philosophical dualities such as Purusha, spirit, and Prakriti, matter, and Sankhya philosophy already existed, the Manichaean worldview found fertile ground for interaction and reinterpretation. The Manichaean cosmology, with its stark dualism, resonated with certain aspects of Indian thought. Zoroastrian influences in Manichaeism, such as the opposition between Asha, truth, and Druj, falsehood, mirrored Indian concepts like dharma, righteousness, and adharma, unrighteousness. This shared emphasis on the moral and cosmic struggle created a conceptual bridge between the two traditions, even as their metaphysical underpinnings differed. For the Manichaeans, light and darkness were literal, physical entities locked in eternal conflict, while Indian traditions often viewed such dualities as aspects of an underlying unity. One of the most intriguing connections between Manichaeism and Indian thought lies in their respective views on asceticism and liberation. Manichaeism advocated for a strict, ascetic lifestyle to liberate the soul's light from the bondage of darkness. This emphasis on renunciation and spiritual discipline aligned with Indian traditions such as Jainism and certain schools of Buddhism. Manichaean texts describe their elect, the spiritual elite, leading lives of celibacy, fasting, and prayer, much like Jain monks or Buddhist bhikkhus. The parallels were so striking that some Manichaean missionaries in India reportedly adopted Buddhist terminology and practices to facilitate the spread of their faith. Mani himself admired Buddhism, considering it one of the true religions that preceded his own. His reverence for the Buddha is evident in the Manichaean scriptures, which portray him as a prophet of light. This admiration likely influenced Manichaean practices in India, where Buddhist monasteries and centers of learning were thriving during Mani's lifetime. The visual and ritualistic aspects of Manichaeism, such as its use of hymns, sacred images, and communal worship, were influenced by Buddhist traditions, particularly in regions like Gandhara, which served as a cultural crossroads. Manichaean texts also reveal a keen interest in Indian cosmology and metaphysics. The Manichaean division of existence into realms of light and darkness bears similarities to the Indian idea of lokas, worlds or planes of existence. Furthermore, the Manichaean conception of cycles of creation and destruction echoes the Indian understanding of cosmic cycles, such as the kalpas in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. These shared frameworks provided a common vocabulary for dialogue and exchange. The interaction between Manichaeism and Indian thought was not merely one-sided. Indian philosophical systems, with their rich diversity and depth, influenced the development of Manichaean doctrines as the faith spread eastward. For example, the Manichaean emphasis on the transmigration of souls and the karmic consequences of one's actions shows the imprint of Indian ideas. While Zoroastrianism provided the foundation for Mani's dualism, Indian thought enriched his cosmology with more nuanced perspectives on the soul's journey and liberation. The artistic and literary traditions of Manichaeism also reflect Indian influences. Manichaean manuscripts, particularly those discovered in Central Asia, display iconographic and stylistic elements reminiscent of Indian art. Depictions of celestial beings, intricate floral patterns, and mandala-like compositions in Manichaean texts suggest the assimilation of Indian artistic sensibilities. The use of vibrant colors and symbolic imagery in Manichaean art mirrors the aesthetic traditions of Indian religious art, especially in Buddhist and Hindu contexts. Despite these interactions, Manichaeism faced significant challenges in establishing a lasting presence in India. The religious landscape of the subcontinent was already rich and diverse, with well-established traditions like Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism dominating the spiritual sphere. Moreover, the Indian emphasis on the unity of existence, as seen in Advaita Vedanta and other non-dualistic schools of thought, often stood in contrast to the rigid dualism of Manichaeism. While Indian thinkers acknowledged the tension between good and evil, they tended to view such dichotomies as transient phenomena within the greater reality of Brahman or the Absolute. Manichaeism's decline in India can also be attributed to its eventual suppression in its homeland and surrounding regions. The rise of Islam in Persia and Central Asia led to the persecution of Manichaeans, curtailing their missionary activities. In India, the growing dominance of devotional movements, such as Bhakti Hinduism and Mahayana Buddhism, offered spiritual paths that resonated more deeply with the local populace. Yet, the traces of Manichaean influence lingered. The emphasis on ascetic discipline, the depiction of cosmic struggle, and the integration of multiple religious traditions into a cohesive narrative left an indelible mark on the spiritual and artistic heritage of regions where Manichaeism briefly flourished. The faith's brief but impactful presence in India serves as a testament to the dynamic exchange of ideas that characterized the ancient world. Manichaeism's interaction with Indian thought highlights the shared spiritual concerns of humanity, questions of existence, morality, and liberation that transcend cultural and geographical boundaries. Though the religion itself faded from India, its echoes can still be felt in the enduring dialogue between the philosophies of light and darkness, unity and duality, struggle and liberation. The arrival of Islamic conquerors in the Indian subcontinent marked one of the most transformative periods in the region's history. From the early Arab incursions in Sindh to the establishment of the Delhi Sultanate and later the Mughal Empire, the Islamic conquests brought profound changes to the political, cultural, and religious fabric of India. Yet, rather than mere domination, these conquests also led to a fusion of cultures, blending Persian, Central Asian, and Indian traditions into a unique and enduring legacy. The earliest significant encounter between Islam and the Indian subcontinent occurred in 711 CE when Muhammad bin Qasim, a young general of the Umayyad Caliphate, invaded Sindh. This campaign, though limited geographically, introduced Islamic governance, religious practices, and a new cultural framework to the region. However, it wasn't merely a one-sided imposition. The conquerors, impressed by the sophistication of Indian society, adopted local practices, technologies, and even administrative systems. For instance, Indian numerical systems and astronomical knowledge began influencing Islamic scholarship, laying the groundwork for a long tradition of intellectual exchange. The impact of Islamic culture deepened with the arrival of the Ghaznavids, the Ghurids, and eventually the Delhi Sultanate in the 12th and 13th centuries. These rulers, many of Persian and Turkic origin, brought with them not only the political apparatus of Islamic empires, but also the rich cultural heritage of Persia and Central Asia. Persian became the language of administration, poetry, and scholarship, fostering an intellectual milieu where Indian and Islamic ideas mingled freely. One of the most significant areas of cultural synthesis was architecture. The conquerors introduced new forms of construction, such as the use of domes, arches, and minarets, which blended seamlessly with indigenous Indian motifs. Structures like the Qutb Minar in Delhi and the Alai Darwaza stand as monuments to this fusion, incorporating Persian geometric designs with Indian floral carvings. This architectural synthesis reached its zenith during the Mughal period, with masterpieces like the Taj Mahal and Fatehpur Sikri embodying the harmonious interplay of Islamic and Indian aesthetics. Literature and art were similarly transformed. Persian poetry, already flourishing in the courts of the sultans, began to influence Indian literary traditions, giving rise to new forms like the ghazal and masnavi. Indian poets such as Amir Khusro, often called the Parrot of India, mastered Persian verse while infusing it with distinctly Indian themes and imagery. This linguistic and poetic exchange extended to music, where Islamic devotional forms blended with Indian ragas to create styles like Qawwali and Hindustani classical music, traditions that continue to thrive. Religious interaction was another profound aspect of this cultural fusion. Sufi mystics, with their emphasis on love, tolerance, and spiritual devotion, played a critical role in bridging Islamic and Indian traditions. Wandering saints like Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti in Ajmer and Nizamuddin Aliya in Delhi became revered figures, drawing followers from all communities. Their teachings, often steeped in Persian poetry and Indian spirituality, created a syncretic religious culture that transcended the boundaries of Islam and Hinduism. Economically, the Islamic conquests opened India to the vast trade networks of the Islamic world, linking it to markets as far away as the Middle East, Central Asia, and North Africa. Indian textiles, spices, and precious stones flowed westward, while Persian carpets, Arabian horses, and Central Asian slaves entered Indian markets. These exchanges enriched both sides, fostering a cosmopolitan ethos in cities like Delhi, Lahore, and later Agra. However, this fusion was not without tension. The imposition of Islamic rule often led to episodes of conflict and resistance, particularly in regions where temples were destroyed or local rulers were displaced. Yet, even in these contexts, accommodation and adaptation were often the long-term outcomes. Many Hindu and Jain elites served in the courts of Islamic rulers, contributing to a mutual exchange of ideas. Over time, Hindu temples began incorporating Islamic architectural features, just as mosques in India reflected local craftsmanship and materials. The culmination of this fusion was most evident during the Mughal Empire, which integrated Persian, Turkic, and Indian traditions into a coherent and vibrant cultural whole. The Mughal court became a hub of artistic, literary, and scientific achievement, patronizing works that drew from both Islamic and Indian traditions. Akbar's policy of Soli Kol, universal peace, epitomized this syncretism as he sought to create a court culture that honored all religions and communities. In everyday life, this blending of cultures was equally profound. The Indian subcontinent became home to a unique hybrid cuisine that combined Persian, Central Asian, and Indian flavors, giving rise to dishes like biryani, kebabs, and halwa. Clothing styles, too, evolved, with garments like the sherwani and churidar blending Islamic and Indian sartorial traditions. The legacy of the Islamic conquests and the fusion of cultures they engendered is evident in the modern Indian subcontinent, where Persianate influences remain deeply embedded in language, art, architecture, and music. Urdu, a language born from the confluence of Persian, Arabic, and local dialects, stands as a living testament to this shared history. Even today, festivals like Basant in Punjab and the commemoration of Sufi saints draw people from diverse backgrounds, celebrating the syncretic spirit of the region. While the Islamic conquests brought disruption and change, they also created a unique cultural tapestry, blending the best of Indian and Islamic traditions. This enduring legacy serves as a reminder of how societies, even in the midst of conflict, can find common ground and create beauty through interaction and exchange. The story of this fusion is not one of mere conquest, but of mutual transformation, where new ideas flourished and a shared heritage was born. The journey of the Zoroastrians to India and the subsequent rise of the Parsi community is a story of survival, resilience, and profound cultural transformation. In the midst of turmoil, as the once great Persian Empire fell to the Islamic conquests, a group of Zoroastrians fled Persia to seek refuge across the seas, ultimately finding a new home on the shores of Gujarat, India. This migration not only ensured the survival of their faith, but also set the stage for the creation of a thriving community that would go on to make significant contributions to Indian society, while retaining its deep roots in ancient Persian traditions. The story begins in the 7th century, when the Sasanian Empire, the last great Zoroastrian kingdom in Persia, fell to the Arabs, who brought Islam to the region. The Zoroastrians, known as the Parsis in India, faced persecution, and many sought refuge in distant lands to preserve their religious practices and beliefs. The first group of Zoroastrians, led by a priest named Dastur, sailed across the Arabian Sea to the western coast of India. Legend has it that they landed in the port city of Surat, in the state of Gujarat, where they were warmly welcomed by the local Hindu rulers. The story goes that the Zoroastrians, upon arrival, were granted asylum after offering a symbolic gesture. They presented a cup of milk filled to the brim, which represented their desire to assimilate without overwhelming the existing community. The local ruler, impressed by their humility and willingness to coexist, allowed them to settle in his kingdom, thus marking the beginning of the Parsi presence in India. The Parsis quickly integrated into the social and cultural fabric of India, not merely as refugees, but as an active and progressive community that sought to contribute meaningfully to the society that embraced them. The word Parsi itself is derived from the Persian word Pars, the ancient region of Persia from which they hailed. Despite their relatively small numbers, the Parsis played a pivotal role in shaping the social, cultural, and economic landscape of India, particularly in the fields of industry, education, and philanthropy. The Parsi community preserved its Zoroastrian faith and customs with great devotion, building fire temples where they could continue their worship of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Zoroastrianism. Their religion, which centers on the belief in the eternal struggle between good, Asha, and evil, Druj, remained a constant source of strength for them as they rebuilt their lives in a new land. Though they lived alongside Hindus and Muslims, the Parsis maintained their distinct religious identity, holding onto their ancient rituals, prayers, and festivals, such as Nowruz, the Persian New Year, and the observance of the annual death anniversary of their founder, Zoroaster. In the centuries that followed their settlement in India, the Parsis became known for their entrepreneurial spirit and progressive outlook. They were quick to take advantage of India's growing economic opportunities under the British colonial rule. The Parsis made significant contributions to the industrial development of India, especially in Bombay, now Mumbai, which became a thriving center of commerce and trade. Prominent Parsi businessmen, such as the Sassoon family and the industrialist Jamsetji Tata, played crucial roles in the development of India's textile, shipping, and steel industries. Jamsetji Tata, in particular, is remembered as one of the founding fathers of modern Indian industry. His vision for institutions such as the Indian Institute of Science and his pivotal role in the establishment of the Tata Steel Company marked a new era of Indian enterprise. The Parsis were also pioneers in the field of education, founding schools and colleges that emphasized a liberal education and the advancement of scientific knowledge. These institutions contributed to the intellectual and cultural revival of India, and many notable Parsi individuals went on to become leaders in various fields of medicine, law, and literature. Their commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and social progress helped bridge the gap between traditional Indian practices and Western modernity. Though they were a minority in India, the Parsi community held considerable influence in the broader cultural landscape. Their emphasis on individual freedom, social responsibility, and civic engagement resonated with India's nationalist leaders, many of whom viewed the Parsis as an example of a modern, progressive community that had embraced education, industry, and social reform. Notably, the Parsis were strong advocates for the rights of women and played a pivotal role in the women's education movement in India, advocating for the upliftment of women and their inclusion in public life. However, the Parsis' future in India is now threatened by a number of challenges, particularly their declining population. The Parsi community, which once flourished in India, has experienced a sharp decline in recent decades due to low birth rates, intermarriage, and migration to other countries. As of today, the population of Parsis in India is estimated to be around 60,000, a far cry from the thriving community that once played a central role in shaping India's industrial and cultural landscape. Many young Parsis have chosen to migrate abroad, seeking better economic opportunities, leaving their ancestral homeland in search of new horizons. Despite these challenges, the Parsis continue to preserve their rich heritage and maintain a strong sense of community. Efforts are underway to revitalize the Parsi community, with initiatives aimed at encouraging higher birth rates, promoting social cohesion, and supporting the younger generation in connecting with their religious and cultural roots. The establishment of Parsi cultural centers, the celebration of Nowruz and other Zoroastrian festivals, and the continued support for educational and charitable causes are testaments to the community's resilience and determination to keep their traditions alive. The Parsi community in India represents a remarkable story of survival, perseverance, and cultural integration. Though they are a minority in India, their contributions to the country's cultural and economic development have been immense. The Parsis exemplify the power of cultural exchange, adapting to new environments while retaining their ancient traditions. Their journey, from fleeing religious persecution to becoming key contributors to modern Indian society, is a powerful reminder of the enduring strength of community, faith, and identity in the face of adversity. The Parsi story is not just one of a people and their religion, but a testament to the power of resilience, unity, and the ability to build a bright future even in the face of immense challenges. The Parsi community, despite its relatively small size, has made an indelible mark on the cultural and intellectual landscape of India, particularly in the realms of art and literature. Their influence can be traced back to their early settlement in India, where they not only preserved their Zoroastrian traditions, but also absorbed the richness of Indian culture. This blending of Persian, Zoroastrian, and Indian influences led to a distinctive artistic and literary tradition that continues to resonate today. From the beginning, the Parsis were passionate patrons of the arts, both as creators and supporters of artistic endeavors. They were particularly drawn to the visual arts, and over time, Parsi painters, sculptors, and architects began to carve out a unique place in India's artistic heritage. The fusion of Persian and Indian styles created a distinctive aesthetic, seen in the ornate decoration of Parsi fire temples and the detailed illustrations in Parsi religious manuscripts. Persian miniature painting, with its intricate patterns and vivid colors, merged with the local Indian styles, producing a blend that was both exotic and distinctly Indian. The result was an art that was deeply tied to the religious and cultural values of the community, as well as to the broader Indian aesthetic. The Parsi community's influence on literature is perhaps even more profound. The Parsis had a long-standing tradition of learning and intellectual curiosity, which was encouraged by their strong focus on education. As a result, many members of the community contributed to the literary scene in India, not only in their native Persian but also in English, Hindi, and Gujarati. Their works bridged the cultural gap between the East and West, with many writers incorporating elements of both traditions into their storytelling. One of the most celebrated figures in Parsi literature is the novelist and short story writer, Pastanji, who was a master of blending Persian literary techniques with the evolving literary style of the time. His works reflected the intersection of Persian mysticism with Indian social themes, offering a unique narrative voice that was both intellectually rich and emotionally stirring. His storytelling was often infused with reflections on the nature of fate, the human spirit, and the delicate balance between tradition and modernity, concepts deeply rooted in Zoroastrian thought. Alongside Pastanji, writers like Sakina Banu and S. B. Varman contributed significantly to the development of contemporary literature, creating characters and narratives that grappled with issues of identity, belonging, and cultural fusion. The advent of British colonialism in India provided the Parsis with a new arena to showcase their literary talents. With the introduction of English as a medium of communication, the Parsi writers of the 19th and 20th centuries were uniquely positioned to bridge the gap between their Zoroastrian heritage and the Western literary world. Authors like Rohinton Mistry and Farzana Doctor brought the Parsi community's stories to an international audience, reflecting both the universal and particular in their writing. Mistry's novel A Fine Balance, 1995, for example, offers an intimate portrait of Indian society through the lens of Parsi characters, exploring themes of community, resilience, and survival against a backdrop of political turmoil. The unique position of the Parsis within the Indian social fabric, a community that maintained its distinct identity while integrating elements of both Persian and Indian traditions, was reflected in their literary works. Parsi writers often examined the challenges of living between two worlds, the ancient Zoroastrian faith, with its rituals and beliefs, and the rapidly changing world of colonial and post-colonial India. In stories that touched on themes of modernity, displacement, and intergenerational conflict, the Parsi writers subtly wove their cultural heritage into the fabric of their narratives, enriching Indian literature with their distinct voice. In the realm of theater and drama, the Parsi community also made significant contributions. The Parsi theater, which emerged in the 19th century, was a hybrid form of performance that incorporated elements of traditional Indian theater, European-style drama, and Persian poetry. The Parsis, with their entrepreneurial spirit, embraced the new medium of the stage, and the first Indian theaters were often established by Parsi philanthropists. The plays they produced were varied, ranging from social commentaries and historical dramas to comedies and tragedies. The Parsi theater became immensely popular and had a profound impact on the development of modern Indian theater. Figures like Ardeshir Irani and Sohrab Modi were pioneers in the Indian film industry, bringing their knowledge of theater and Persian-style drama to the silver screen. In addition to theater, the Parsi community's contributions to music, particularly through their patronage of classical music and the burgeoning film industry, were pivotal. The rise of Bollywood was in no small part facilitated by the Parsi community's investment in the arts, and many early Bollywood producers, directors, and actors were of Parsi descent. Parsi musicians, too, played a crucial role in shaping the classical music scene, often blending Western instruments and musical styles with traditional Indian forms. While the Parsis were instrumental in the creation and preservation of cultural traditions, they were also the first to embrace Western artistic influences, making them key figures in India's modern artistic evolution. In literature, the Parsis were at the forefront of the move to modernize Indian writing, producing works that bridged the gap between Eastern and Western thought, while still retaining a strong connection to their Persian heritage. Today, the Parsi community continues to be a vibrant and vital force in Indian culture. They have succeeded in maintaining their distinct identity while contributing to the wider Indian cultural and intellectual world. The community's presence is a testament to the enduring power of art and literature to not only express the individual and collective human experience, but also to preserve traditions and build bridges across cultures. As the Parsi community faces the challenges of modernity and a shrinking population, the legacy they leave behind in art and literature continues to resonate, providing a rich and enduring cultural inheritance for future generations. The ancient tales of the Persian and Indian mythologies, rich in symbolism and profound lessons, have continually evolved and found new life in the modern world. In today's fast-paced, interconnected society, these age-old stories are being retold, reimagined, and adapted to resonate with contemporary audiences. From books to films, music to theater, these mythologies have been reshaped, taking on fresh meanings and interpretations. Through modern retellings, the once distant gods, heroes, and cosmic battles have become deeply relatable, re-engaging people with timeless themes of good versus evil, destiny, love, and sacrifice. For the Parsis, Zoroastrianism has always had an intellectual and spiritual aura, and modern adaptations of their mythology continue to emphasize those ethereal qualities. The concept of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of Zoroastrianism, continues to inspire artistic and philosophical work, albeit with a more modern twist. In literature, writers are increasingly exploring the idea of duality, the eternal struggle between good and evil, through a contemporary lens. Authors like K.K.N. Darawala have delved into the moral dilemmas faced by their characters, utilizing the ancient framework of Zoroastrian cosmology but with new settings and characters that speak to the complexities of today's world. These modern retellings breathe new life into the ancient notion of Asha, truth, versus Druj, falsehood, exploring how these forces still play out in the personal and social spheres of the modern world. For example, Rohinton Mistry, a notable Parsi author, taps into these mythological themes in his celebrated work A Fine Balance. While the novel is not explicitly about Zoroastrianism or Persian mythology, it draws from the spirit of resilience and moral struggle found in the faith. His characters, much like the figures of ancient myth, face insurmountable odds in a world where moral clarity is not always apparent. By weaving the struggle between the forces of good and evil into the fabric of the lives of his characters, Mystery reflects the Zoroastrian worldview, yet within the context of modern India, making the ancient narrative accessible to contemporary readers. In India, the Vedic gods and the epics of the Mahabharata and Ramayana have been reinterpreted countless times, evolving with each retelling. In recent years, a new generation of writers, filmmakers, and artists have taken these sacred stories and given them a more contemporary voice. In particular, the concept of dharma, righteousness, in the Mahabharata, with its moral ambiguity and complex characters, has become more relevant than ever. Modern writers like Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni in The Palace of Illusions and Devduta Puttanik in My Gita have taken the core themes of the epics and placed them in a modern context, revealing how the dilemmas faced by figures like Arjuna and Karna still resonate today. Devduta Puttanik, in particular, is known for his modern interpretations of Hindu mythology. Through his writings, he has given new meaning to ancient characters, presenting them as more human and relatable rather than as idealized, divine beings. In Jaya, an illustrated retelling of the Mahabharata, Puttanik brings out the flaws, doubts, and vulnerabilities of the epic's protagonists. His interpretation of Arjuna's internal struggles in the Bhagavad Gita takes on a fresh perspective, portraying him not just as a hero but as a deeply conflicted individual torn between duty and personal desire, making his journey of self-discovery profoundly human. Another area where Indian mythology has found fresh relevance is in the realm of graphic novels and comics. The growing popularity of graphic storytelling has allowed ancient mythological figures and stories to be presented in ways that appeal to younger audiences, especially those who may not otherwise engage with traditional texts. The Ramayana and Mahabharata have been adapted into comic book form, bringing the exploits of Rama, Sita, Arjuna, and Krishna into vibrant visual form, allowing a new generation to connect with these iconic figures. These retellings capture the essence of the original myths, but with the pace and drama of contemporary storytelling. Similarly, the realm of cinema has seen a resurgence of interest in mythological stories, both in Bollywood and Hollywood. In India, films like Bahubali and Padmavat have drawn on mythological and historical themes, blending ancient legends with modern cinematic techniques to create stories that captivate millions. Though not direct adaptations, these films borrow heavily from the narrative structures and themes of the Mahabharata, Ramayana, and regional folklore. The character of Balaladeva in Bahubali, with his lust for power, echoes the dark qualities of many ancient villains in both Indian and Persian mythologies, while the film's central themes of honor, loyalty, and sacrifice mirror the heroic ideals of the past. On the global stage, Western filmmakers have also drawn heavily from Indian and Persian mythologies, blending them with elements of fantasy and adventure. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, has taken inspiration from Hindu mythology, with characters such as Thor, Loki, and Vishnu, who share some thematic parallels appearing in their storylines. Films like 300, 2006, are based on the historical and mythological legacy of ancient Persia, capturing the spirit of the Persian warrior ethos and the moral dilemmas that arise in times of war. While these films may not be strictly faithful retellings, they resonate with the same themes of heroism, sacrifice, and fate that permeate the original mythological stories. In recent years, digital media has also become a powerful tool for reimagining these myths. Podcasts, web series, and YouTube channels have emerged, offering fresh retellings of ancient stories in ways that are accessible to the digital generation. These platforms often recontextualize mythological events to address contemporary issues such as social justice, gender equality, and environmental sustainability. The appeal of these retellings lies in their ability to connect ancient wisdom with modern concerns, making the myths relevant in a rapidly changing world. As ancient myths undergo reinterpretation, the stories evolve, becoming more inclusive and reflective of modern sensibilities. The divine figures and epic heroes, once cast in rigid molds of moral perfection, are now portrayed with flaws, doubts, and internal conflicts that make them more human. These modern retellings acknowledge that while the core themes of mythology remain timeless, their application and interpretation must evolve to remain relevant to contemporary society. In reimagining these stories, the mythologies of Persia and India continue to inspire, challenge, and enlighten new generations. Through modern retellings, they remind us of the timeless human struggles that bind us together across cultures and centuries. What remains constant, even as the forms change, is the power of myth to convey deep truths about the human condition. Comparative mythology has become a key field of study in academic discourse, bringing together scholars from different cultures and disciplines to explore the common threads that weave through the mythologies of the world. By comparing the rich tapestry of Persian and Indian mythologies, scholars have uncovered remarkable parallels, shedding light on the deep cultural and spiritual connections that exist between these two ancient civilizations. Through this comparative lens, the myths of the Indo-Iranian world offer insights into universal human concerns, from the origins of the universe to the moral struggles between good and evil. The foundation of comparative mythology lies in the idea that myths from different cultures share fundamental themes, archetypes, and motifs, often conveying similar truths about the human experience. This approach stems from the work of scholars such as Joseph Campbell, who proposed that the mythic narratives of cultures around the world often follow the same pattern of the hero's journey. Campbell's theory has greatly influenced the study of mythology, suggesting that despite the geographical and temporal distance between cultures, there is a shared psychological and cultural inheritance that shapes the stories told across the world. In the context of Persian and Indian mythologies, comparative scholars have focused on the striking parallels between their creation myths, their cosmic struggles, and their divine beings. Both mythologies share a common Indo-Iranian heritage, and this shared ancestry has resulted in similar mythic structures, deities, and cosmic understandings. The myth of creation, for instance, is a focal point for comparative mythology. In both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, creation begins with a primordial cosmic order, and in both, the universe is created with a divine plan that governs the forces of nature. The Zoroastrian concept of Ahura Mazda, the wise and just creator, closely mirrors the role of Brahma in Indian mythology, both overseeing the creation of the universe and maintaining cosmic harmony. The cosmic struggle between the forces of good and evil is another area where Persian and Indian mythologies exhibit intriguing similarities. Zoroastrianism's dualism, represented by the eternal battle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, is mirrored in the Indian epics, where the Devas, gods, battle against the Asuras, demons, to maintain cosmic order. These mythic battles are not just physical confrontations, but also represent deeper moral struggles, with each side embodying opposing forces of creation and destruction, truth and falsehood, light and darkness. Comparative mythology seeks to understand how these duels between good and evil in both mythologies reflect human dilemmas, such as the conflict between personal desire and duty, or the choices between ethical action and selfishness. Another significant area of study is the role of heroes and saviors in both Persian and Indian mythologies. Figures like Rustam and Arjuna serve as embodiments of heroism, valor, and the pursuit of justice. These characters not only engage in physical battles, but also face profound internal conflicts, making their journeys a reflection of the human struggle for identity, morality, and self-discovery. In comparative studies, scholars examine how these heroes reflect cultural values and ideals, exploring how their narratives serve as allegories for larger societal and spiritual struggles. The feminine divine is another aspect of comparative mythology that connects the mythologies of Persia and India. Figures like Anahita, the Zoroastrian goddess of water and fertility, find their counterpart in the Indian goddess Sarasvati, the deity of wisdom, learning, and creativity. These goddesses represent the nurturing, life-giving aspects of the cosmos, and their roles in mythology provide insight into the ways in which ancient cultures viewed the feminine. Comparative mythology delves into how these goddesses were venerated and how their roles evolved within each culture's religious and social context. The study of comparative mythology also involves the exploration of divine intervention and the relationship between the gods and humans. In both Persian and Indian mythologies, the gods often intervene in human affairs, offering guidance, protection, and blessings. However, the ways in which these divine beings interact with mortals differ, reflecting the unique spiritual and cultural understandings of each tradition. Zoroastrianism's emphasis on free will, where humans are tasked with choosing between good and evil, contrasts with the Hindu notion of dharma, the righteous path that individuals must follow to maintain cosmic order. By comparing these concepts, scholars gain insight into how different cultures approached morality, free will, and human responsibility. Furthermore, comparative mythology provides a lens through which scholars can examine the influence of external cultural and historical factors on the development of these mythologies. The Achaemenid Empire's interaction with Vedic India, for instance, helped facilitate cultural exchange and influence. During the reign of the Persian Empire, there was contact between Persia and the Indian subcontinent, leading to the exchange of ideas, religious practices, and cultural motifs. The resulting syncretism can be seen in the ways that Persian deities were integrated into Indian religious thought, and vice versa. The Parsi community, which retained many Zoroastrian traditions after migrating to India, has been an important source for the continued study of these connections. The influence of Alexander the Great's conquests on Persian and Indian mythologies has also been a subject of comparative study. The blending of Greek, Persian, and Indian mythologies during the Hellenistic period created a new cultural synthesis, with figures like Alexander being mythologized in both cultures. Comparative scholars examine how these historical events contributed to the transformation of mythological narratives, with Alexander's image evolving in both Persian and Indian traditions as a larger-than-life hero or divine figure. Modern interpretations and adaptations of Persian and Indian mythology in literature, theater, and film also provide fertile ground for comparative analysis. Writers and filmmakers, often drawing from these ancient myths, reinterpret them for contemporary audiences. For example, the character of Arjuna in the Mahabharata and Rustam in the Shahnameh continue to appear in modern adaptations, offering new insights into the struggles of the human condition, while still reflecting the ancient themes of fate, destiny, and moral choice. In the academic realm, comparative mythology has opened new doors to interdisciplinary study, incorporating elements of linguistics, anthropology, psychology, and religious studies. scholars in these fields work together to uncover how mythological narratives have shaped the development of human civilization and continue to influence the way we understand the world today. Through the comparative study of Persian and Indian mythologies, scholars have illuminated how these two great traditions offer complementary and contrasting perspectives on the eternal questions of existence, morality, and the divine. Ultimately, comparative mythology bridges the gap between different cultures, offering a deeper understanding of shared human experiences across time and space. By examining the similarities and differences between Persian and Indian mythologies, we gain not only insight into the spiritual and moral values of these ancient civilizations, but also a greater appreciation for the universal truths that these mythologies convey, truths that continue to resonate with us today. Myths are not mere relics of the past, they are living, breathing stories that have persisted through the ages, evolving with each generation, yet retaining their core truths. The timeless appeal of myths lies in their ability to transcend the boundaries of time and space, resonating with people across cultures, ages, and societies. Whether it's the cosmic struggles of Ahura Mazda and Ahriman or the heroic quests of Arjuna and Rustam, these ancient tales continue to captivate our imagination and speak to the deepest parts of our psyche. At the heart of every myth lies a universal truth, a theme that connects humanity across the ages. The creation of the universe, the battle between good and evil, the quest for immortality, the hero's journey, all of these narratives touch upon experiences that are fundamental to the human condition. The idea of a world born from chaos, of forces beyond our control shaping our fate, is a narrative that resonates with anyone who has ever grappled with their place in the universe. In both Persian and Indian mythologies, the cosmic struggles between deities like Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, or Vishnu and his adversaries, reflect humanity's internal battles with moral dilemmas, the struggle for truth, and the desire for justice. These stories are not just about gods and heroes, they are about us, about our own search for meaning, righteousness, and purpose. What makes these myths so compelling is how they speak to our emotions. They tap into our fears, hopes, and desires. Take, for example, the tragic tale of Rustam and Sohrab in the Shahnameh. The father and son, unaware of each other's identities, engage in a brutal duel, only for Rustam to discover, too late, that he has killed his own flesh and blood. The heartbreak, the despair, the realization of fate's cruel hand, these emotions are timeless. Every person who has ever experienced loss, regret, or the weight of a mistake can understand the depth of that sorrow. Similarly, in the Mahabharata, the devastating consequences of Arjuna's choices during the war reflect the eternal struggle between duty and personal desires, a theme that resonates deeply with anyone facing a moral or ethical dilemma. Myths also serve as a guide to understanding our world and ourselves. They offer archetypes and symbols that help us navigate the complexities of life. In the tale of Arjuna's inner conflict in the Bhagavad Gita, we see the archetype of the reluctant hero who must confront his fears and doubts in order to fulfill his destiny. This resonates with anyone who has ever faced uncertainty, fear, or a challenging decision. The lessons that Arjuna learns from Lord Krishna, the importance of selflessness, the need to act according to one's dharma, and the power of detachment, are not confined to the ancient text but apply to every generation, teaching us how to live with purpose and integrity. The role of divine intervention in these myths further emphasizes the timeless nature of these stories. Whether it's the divine protection offered by Ahura Mazda in Zoroastrianism or the blessings of the gods in Hindu mythology, these deities embody the forces of order, justice, and morality that guide humanity. The gods, while omnipotent, are not distant or detached. They are deeply involved in human affairs, offering wisdom and guidance when needed most. This divine connection reflects our yearning for meaning and guidance, for the belief that we are part of a larger cosmic order, and that our actions have consequences in the grand tapestry of life. Moreover, myths are powerful because they engage with the unknown, the mysteries of life, death, and the afterlife. The Zoroastrian myth of the soul's journey after death, crossing the Chinvad Bridge, and the Hindu belief in reincarnation, both speak to our deepest fears and hopes about what happens after we die. These myths provide comfort in their promises of moral justice, where the soul is judged based on its actions, and offer a sense of continuity, suggesting that our actions in this life have lasting consequences. For many, these stories offer solace in times of grief, as they provide a framework through which to understand loss and the possibility of life beyond death. There is also an undeniable sense of wonder that these myths invoke. The descriptions of celestial battles, the creation of the world from chaos, the existence of magical beings and divine powers, they all stir something deep within us. These myths remind us of the beauty and mystery of existence, of the forces beyond our comprehension that shape the world around us. The cosmic egg in Hindu mythology, from which the universe is born, and the divine fire in Zoroastrianism, which cleanses and purifies, are powerful symbols that represent the vastness of creation. They invite us to contemplate our place in the universe and to appreciate the mysteries of life and death. The timeless appeal of myths is also tied to their adaptability. As cultures evolve, so do the interpretations of their myths. What was once told by the fireside is now retold in books, films, and plays. These stories are reinterpreted for each new generation, making them ever relevant. In modern retellings, ancient gods and heroes are often depicted with human flaws, and their struggles are portrayed in ways that are familiar to contemporary audiences. Arjuna's moral dilemmas are not just ancient problems, but are experienced by people in the modern world every day, from politicians to business leaders to everyday individuals. The hero's journey is no longer confined to myth, it is something we all undertake in our own lives. Moreover, the universality of the themes within these myths means they can transcend their cultural origins. While the Shahnameh and the Mahabharata may have originally been tied to Persian and Indian cultures, the themes they explore, such as love, loss, betrayal, honor, and sacrifice, are universal. The struggles of the heroes are our struggles, and their triumphs offer us inspiration. Whether in the sands of Persia or the forests of ancient India, the moral dilemmas and heroic deeds are relatable to anyone, anywhere. The timeless appeal of myths is ultimately their ability to resonate with our inner lives. They speak to us not just as stories, but as guides, as mirrors of our own experiences. In a world that is constantly changing, where technology, politics, and culture shift at a rapid pace, myths remain constant, providing a sense of continuity, connection, and meaning. They remind us that despite the differences between cultures, we share common struggles, aspirations, and desires. They offer timeless wisdom, teaching us about life, death, morality, and the nature of the cosmos. And in doing so, they ensure that these ancient stories will continue to captivate and inspire generations to come. In a world that seems to grow more divided by the day, the lessons embedded in the ancient mythologies of Persia and India resonate with the timeless message, unity in diversity. These mythologies, rich with the stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic struggles, transcend cultural boundaries and offer wisdom that still holds relevance in today's globalized world. The shared threads of Persian and Indian traditions speak to the universal truths that unite us all, reminding us that, despite our differences, we are bound by common values, challenges, and aspirations. At the heart of both Persian and Indian mythologies lies the concept of balance, the harmonious coexistence of forces that, while seemingly opposed, must work together for the greater good. In Zoroastrianism, the eternal struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman symbolizes the battle between good and evil, light and darkness. However, this duality is not seen as a battle to the death, but as a dynamic interplay that sustains the universe. Similarly, in Hindu mythology, the ongoing conflict between the Devas and Asuras represents the constant tension between creation and destruction, order and chaos. Both mythologies suggest that life is not a matter of absolute conflict, but rather a balance, a dynamic interaction where forces must coexist, sometimes in opposition, but ultimately contributing to the greater cosmic order. This idea of balance speaks directly to our world today, where conflicts, whether ideological, political, or cultural, often seem to define our interactions. Yet, these mythologies teach us that opposing forces are not inherently destructive, they can be complementary, working together to create a richer, more complex world. The lessons of Ahura Mazda and Brahma, of Vishnu's balance between creation and preservation, encourage us to embrace diversity, not as a threat but as a necessary force for growth and transformation. Just as light cannot exist without darkness, and creation cannot thrive without destruction, our differences are not something to be feared but celebrated. They enrich the human experience, making our shared journey through life more profound and meaningful. The concept of Dharma in Hinduism, the righteous path or moral order, offers another crucial lesson for today. Dharma is not a one-size-fits-all concept, but is deeply personal and situational. Each individual, based on their place in life, their station, and their unique circumstances, must find their own Dharma. This idea is reflected in the great Indian epics, where heroes like Arjuna are faced with difficult choices that require them to act in accordance with their moral compass, even when the path is unclear. In Zoroastrianism, Asha, the divine order of truth and righteousness, similarly calls on followers to align their actions with the cosmic truth, regardless of the external forces at play. The stories of these heroes remind us that the journey toward righteousness is not about conformity but about understanding and embracing the nuances of our diverse experiences. In today's world, where moral lines are often blurred and societal expectations can seem rigid, these teachings from Persian and Indian mythologies invite us to find our own path, guided by an inner sense of what is just and true. It is not enough to simply follow tradition or adhere to the norms set by others. We must cultivate our own sense of Dharma, making choices that reflect our deepest values and contribute to the greater good. This is especially important in a world where the pressures to conform to a singular narrative or ideology can be overwhelming. The myths of Arjuna, Rustam, and others urge us to be brave in following our own righteous path, even when it requires challenging the status quo. Perhaps one of the most poignant lessons from both traditions is the idea of compassion and interconnectedness. In the epic battles between gods and demons, heroes and villains, there is often a deeper message that transcends the surface conflict. The deities and heroes, though powerful and divine, are not above empathy and care for others. The gods in both Zoroastrianism and Hinduism often intervene not out of mere authority but out of a desire to protect and preserve the balance of life, to ensure that suffering is alleviated, and that justice is served. This compassionate intervention speaks to a universal value, that we are all connected, that the welfare of one affects the welfare of all. The tragic stories of Rustam and Saurabh, where a father unknowingly kills his son, or Arjuna's moment of despair in the Bhagavad Gita, where he is paralyzed by the weight of his actions, underscore the importance of empathy. These myths remind us that our actions have consequences, and that it is through compassion, understanding the suffering of others, that we can truly navigate the complexities of life. In a world where division and conflict seem pervasive, the ability to extend compassion, to see the humanity in others, regardless of race, religion, or background, is a lesson more important than ever. The stories of the feminine divine, goddesses like Anahita and Sarasvati, offer another vital lesson: the importance of honoring and respecting all aspects of the divine, including the feminine. These goddesses embody the life-giving, nurturing forces of the universe, and their stories teach us the value of wisdom, creativity, fertility, and knowledge. The prominence of the feminine divine in both cultures reflects a broader understanding of the universe, one that values balance, cooperation, and harmony. In a modern world that often marginalizes the feminine voice, these myths call for a reimagining of our societal structures, urging us to recognize the essential contributions of women in every aspect of life, from leadership to creativity, from wisdom to justice. Finally, the mythologies of Persia and India remind us that despite our external differences, our cultures, languages, traditions, we share a common humanity. The gods, the heroes, and the villains in these ancient stories reflect the full spectrum of human experience, from the highest aspirations to the deepest flaws. And though the mythic settings may differ, Persian deserts, Indian jungles, or cosmic battlefields, the themes remain strikingly similar: the struggle for justice, the pursuit of truth, the search for meaning, and the yearning for unity. In our increasingly interconnected world, it is easy to become bogged down by differences, to focus on what separates us rather than what unites us. But the myths of Persia and India urge us to look beyond our external identities and recognize the shared values that bind us together as human beings. Whether through the cosmic order of Ahura Mazda or the moral guidance of Dharma, these mythologies offer a vision of unity in diversity, where the forces of life, and all their complexities and contradictions, work together to create a harmonious world. This is a lesson that transcends time and culture, a lesson that, if embraced, can bring us closer together in our shared journey. There are certain mysteries within the myths of both Persian and Indian traditions that continue to intrigue scholars, historians, and enthusiasts alike. Despite centuries of study and interpretation, there remain unresolved questions, inconsistencies, and areas where ancient texts leave gaps in understanding. These open questions hold the promise of future discoveries, offering rich avenues for further research and exploration. The quest for answers not only deepens our understanding of these ancient cultures, but also helps us see how these myths still resonate with our world today. One of the most enduring mysteries revolves around the origins of both Persian and Indian mythologies themselves. Though there is no doubt that these mythologies have evolved over millennia, many of the foundational stories appear to have predated written records, passed down through generations and oral traditions. What we now know of as the Avesta and Shahnameh in Persia, or the Vedas and Mahabharata in India, are the result of centuries of retelling, adaptation, and compilation. But what did the myths look like before they were codified in their current forms? And how did the early myths, passed down from one generation to another, shape the structure of the stories we know today? One theory is that both the Persian and Indian traditions share a much older, common cultural and linguistic heritage, stretching back to the Indo-Iranian or Indo-Aryan peoples. But pinpointing the exact moment when these cultures split and diverged is a challenge. Some scholars suggest that the central myths of both traditions may have been born from a shared ancestral mythology, but over time, as the Persians and Indians settled in different lands, these stories took on distinct regional characteristics. Were ancient versions of the Mahabharata and Shahnameh once intertwined before being transformed by these cultures into separate epics? What fragments of these intertwined origins remain, hidden in the folds of mythology, waiting to be discovered? Another key question arises from the interpretation of central deities and figures. The gods of both Persian and Indian traditions hold vast significance, but their roles and characteristics are often debated. Take, for example, the dualism between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman in Zoroastrianism, or the Devas and Asuras in Hinduism. While Ahura Mazda is often depicted as the supreme god, embodying truth and light, Ahriman represents the destructive, dark force of the universe. In Hinduism, Devas and Asuras are similarly seen as opposing forces, with Devas aligned with the gods and Asuras with demonic beings. However, the interpretation of these figures is not always clear-cut. Over time, the Devas have come to be seen as divinely good, while the Asuras, who were once seen as powerful but neutral beings, later became synonymous with evil. Did the early mythological narratives align these characters more closely, or did their transformations happen later due to social and religious shifts? Understanding the shifting roles of these powerful figures can reveal how mythologies adapted to changing cultural and political landscapes. A related mystery lies in the evolution of sacred texts. The Avesta and Shahnameh are central to Persian mythology, while the Vedas, Mahabharata, and Ramayana hold similar weight in the Indian tradition. But how did these texts evolve over time? The Vedas, for example, were passed down orally for centuries before being written down. Did the early versions differ from what we know now? What parts of the Vedas were lost or deliberately omitted over time? Similarly, in the Shahnameh, which was written by the poet Ferdowsi in the 10th century CE, how much of the original stories were drawn from much older sources? The Avesta, too, is a work of multiple layers, with some sections possibly being much older than others. The evolution of these texts is a key area for further investigation, particularly in terms of their relationship to other ancient Indo-European texts, such as those of the ancient Greeks and Romans. Another mystery that still puzzles researchers is the influence of Zoroastrianism on later Indian thought. Scholars have long debated the degree to which Persian thought, particularly the teachings of Zoroaster, Zarathustra, influenced the religious and philosophical landscape of ancient India. There are striking parallels between the concepts in Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, such as the notions of good versus evil, the afterlife, and the role of divine law. Some even suggest that Zoroastrianism could have influenced the development of the Hindu idea of karma, dharma, and even reincarnation. How deep was this influence, and did it occur directly or indirectly through the spread of ideas via trade routes like the Silk Road? Was there a direct exchange of philosophies between the Achaemenid Persians and the Indian subcontinent, or did these ideas evolve independently and only later appear similar? Exploring these interactions more fully could shed light on the cross-pollination of ideas during the ancient period. The role of women in both Persian and Indian mythology also remains an area of intrigue. In many ancient cultures, the roles of goddesses, queens, and female heroes were often sidelined or obscured, yet in both Persian and Indian mythologies, powerful female figures such as Anahita and Sarasvati rise to prominence. How did these female figures evolve? Were they always as central as they appear in the later texts, or did their roles diminish over time due to cultural shifts? Was there an earlier, perhaps pre-patriarchal, period in which women had greater influence in religious and mythological narratives? These open questions invite deeper study into the role of women in ancient religious thought and how their influence in mythology mirrored or challenged their roles in society. Finally, there is the enigmatic question of how these mythologies evolved and interacted with other religions and philosophies as Persia and India moved into later periods of history. For instance, as Persia came under the influence of Islam after the Arab conquests and India experienced the rise of Buddhism and Jainism, how did the mythological stories adapt to these new religious frameworks? Did elements of Zoroastrianism, with its emphasis on good and evil and its dualistic nature, merge with Islamic theology in subtle ways, influencing the region's understanding of the divine? Similarly, did the rise of Buddhism and Jainism in India impact the way Hindu myths were told and interpreted? The fusion of these belief systems created a rich tapestry of religious and philosophical thought, and understanding the nuances of this fusion requires further exploration. As scholars continue to investigate these open questions and mysteries, it becomes clear that the stories and myths of Persia and India are far from static. They are living traditions, constantly evolving as they are rediscovered, retold, and reinterpreted. The questions that remain unsolved only deepen our fascination with these ancient cultures and keep the stories alive in our collective imagination. The answers may be hidden in ancient manuscripts, in the forgotten corners of oral traditions, or even in the connections we have yet to make. And as we look back at the myths of Persia and India, we are reminded that these timeless stories are as relevant today as they were thousands of years ago, guiding us through the complexities of the human experience. The myths of Persia and India are much more than ancient stories. They are windows into the hearts and minds of civilizations that existed long before us, yet whose echoes still resonate today. These narratives are not merely relics of the past, but living symbols of humanity's timeless questions about existence, purpose, and the forces that govern the world. As we reflect on the shared themes, symbols, and archetypes that weave together the mythologies of these two ancient cultures, we begin to see how deeply connected we all are through the stories we tell about ourselves. The dualities present in both traditions, light and darkness, creation and destruction, good and evil, are not just cosmic oppositions but reflections of our internal struggles, our personal battles between right and wrong, our ambitions, fears, and hopes. Whether it is Ahura Mazda's battle with Ahriman or the Deva's struggle against the Asuras, the message is clear: our world is defined by tensions, conflicts, and choices. But it is through these very struggles that we learn, grow, and find our own meaning in the chaos. These stories remind us that the very act of striving for balance, justice, and understanding is what makes us human. When we consider the rich, often parallel stories of heroes like Rustam and Arjuna, we are reminded of the universal nature of heroism and the personal cost of greatness. These figures are not just mythic characters, but reflections of our own aspirations and vulnerabilities. Rustam's tragic duel with Saurabh and Arjuna's moral crisis on the battlefield are not tales of distant worlds, but stories that speak to every person's internal conflict, the weight of difficult choices, and the search for redemption. These figures endure not because they are perfect, but because they embody the struggles that all humans face. Their stories mirror the questions we wrestle with in our own lives. How do we honor our family? How do we reconcile our duty with our personal desires? How do we face overwhelming challenges without losing ourselves? In considering the divine feminine, figures like Anahita and Sarasvati, we are invited to reflect on the roles of women in both myth and society. These goddesses represent the nurturing, creative, and transformative powers that have been revered for millennia. Yet their stories also speak to the struggles for respect, for recognition, and for a place at the table in spiritual and cultural life. The role of women in these myths offers a challenge to contemporary society, urging us to revisit our own understanding of gender, power, and equality. These powerful female figures are not just objects of veneration, they are symbols of the untapped potential that resides within all people, regardless of gender. The shared motifs of cosmic order, divine law, and the eternal struggle between good and evil speak to something deeply fundamental in both Persian and Indian thought. The understanding that the universe is not a random chaos, but a complex, interwoven system where every action, every choice, and every moment matters. The idea of dharma in Indian philosophy, for instance, echoes the Zoroastrian concept of asha, both emphasizing the importance of following a righteous path in the face of adversity. The very essence of life in both cultures is defined by the choices individuals make, the balance they strive to achieve, and the moral order they seek to preserve. Yet perhaps the most poignant lesson that comes from comparing these mythologies is the recognition of the fragility of human life. The tales of loss, sacrifice, and the inevitable passage of time in both Persian and Indian traditions are constant reminders of the impermanence of all things. Whether it is the tragic fate of Rustam and Saurabh or the lessons Arjuna learns in the Bhagavad Gita, these myths confront us with the reality of death, suffering, and the often painful process of change. But in doing so, they also offer hope. These stories teach us that even in the face of overwhelming loss, there is always a chance for redemption, for growth, and for renewal. Life is not just about surviving the hardships, but learning from them and carrying forward the lessons of the past. In this modern age, where cultures often seem to clash and differences are emphasized, these ancient mythologies offer a timeless reminder: there is beauty, wisdom, and strength in unity amidst diversity. The shared themes between Persian and Indian myths highlight the universal human experience, the struggles, the triumphs, the losses, and the moments of grace that define our lives. Despite the vast geographical, cultural, and historical differences between these two civilizations, the underlying human experience remains strikingly similar. The stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic forces remind us that, at our core, we are all bound by the same questions, the same fears, and the same hopes. The exploration of Persian and Indian mythologies ultimately invites us to question not only the past, but our present and future. What lessons can we learn from these ancient stories to help us navigate our modern lives? How can we apply the wisdom of the gods and heroes to our own struggles with morality, duty, and identity? The myths remind us that we are part of something far larger than ourselves, something eternal, universal, and deeply connected. These mythologies, in their most profound and poignant moments, ask us not just to look back with reverence, but to look forward with courage. The future, much like the past, will inevitably bring challenges, but the answers are already within us. The myths of Persia and India may be ancient, but their teachings are timeless, offering us not only a glimpse into another time and place, but also a mirror in which we can see our own reflections, our own struggles, and our own potential for greatness.